Right, so welcome everyone to day 2 of ModCon. Of course, yesterday we had Ottawa Welshman, and we ended up raising over $2,000 for charity. And I say we guys, I mean you guys. You guys absolutely smashed it yesterday. And for today, quickly, I'm just going to go over what you can expect. So the first thing today is going to be like an intro into mapping, so all of you guys can learn to map. Then we got the intro into... wait, someone's saying echo that. Right, I'm going to carry on. I hope it's not echoing. I'll try fix it in a minute otherwise. And then we got the team of one. So that's basically a bunch of modders talking about their solo experience modding. And then we're going to have a quick update from the mod jam, which if you don't know, a couple of modders got from day 1 to day 3 to hopefully get a working mod. And then we've got 3 Imperator own mods coming up. So of course, I know a lot of people haven't tried the game or just haven't played it for a while. So if you... want to get back into the game, hopefully one of them 3 mods will take your interest. And then following that up, we got the Rising Eagle, then we got the Fallen Eagle, and then we got a live about 45-minute panel from the creators of Godherja, and they'll answer some questions in the chat as well. And then we go on to the main event of the evening. So we got Haegemonia, Tales of Ireland, and then of course, finally, to end the day, a Game of Thrones. Now, with me here, I got Laith from who's going to be hosting day 3, and Ottawa Welshman, who, of course, hosted yesterday. So,
Is this where we come in?
Yeah, I was going to say...
hello. Hello.
Yeah. So, hopefully, yeah, do you want to go over your day maybe now? Just so people are aware what to expect tomorrow?
Sure. So, tomorrow is my day. So, you know, make sure to tune in for that, starting around the same time. We got the Masterclass, Haegemonia, Rice. We got the Game of Thrones again, but more of the 3D models. Those things I'm really hyped for. They're really cool. We got Crusader, Universalis, and Prince of Darkness. And we're going to have a little bit of a 15-minute break. Just, you know, I'll get into the schedule properly tomorrow. But then we finish off our main show with Kingdom of Heaven, Apotheosis, Witcher, and After the End, with a little announcement from then. And after that, we'll be looking at the mod jam and sort of just reflecting over the 3 days. I think that's my plan. But I think first this... a big little congrats to Ottawa Welshman yesterday. Jesus, man, $2,000, bro. What the hell, man?
Yeah. I was really pushing it hard at the end. I was hoping we were gonna smash that goal on day 1. Like when we were halfway through the day and we were halfway there, I was like, we gotta hit it. So yeah, everybody did such a great job. So huge thanks to the community in general. Like you guys really smashed it. So thank you, everybody.
Yeah, I mean,
we had to double the amount.
Yeah, we've gone up to 4,000. Well, we'll see if we can hit it, of course. If you don't know, I'll quickly go over the charity for any of you who maybe want to donate. It is called Save the Children. Now, I'll just go over the basics of it. It'll help children around the world get a good education, get access to food, water, and medicine, and it will help out during disasters across the globe. So, you know, it's a fantastic charity I think we can all get behind. And the fact we raised over $2,000 in just one day, I think blew everybody away, to be honest with you. Like, that was insane.
Yeah. It was a great little first. Oh, we got someone with a $5 donation already.
Thank you very much, man. I appreciate that.
You know what? Let's 1 second. Let me get this started.
Yeah, of course. You know, anyone watching now, make sure you drop a like as well. Hope to try and get this stream out to as many people as we can to help out this charity. I think it's definitely worth it. And on screen, yeah, you can see a 10-part will jump into the mapping tutorial, which you don't want to miss. I'll go over that more in just a minute before we get into it.
How did you find your day, Ottawa?
My day was awesome. It was long. There was like, it was every section just seemed to go by so quickly. And then you're on to the next one. And then you look down and it's like 5 p.m. or whatever, like 10 p.m. your time. And it was just like the whole day, like it just went so quickly, but there was so much stuff going on. So I'm sure today's going to fly also.
Yeah, let's, for this one, I haven't put exact times for each mod, just in case the schedule gets a bit messed up, which is me hosting today. So it probably will, but hopefully that gives pretty good idea of what you can expect and when. Oh, there we are. Laith coming through with £100. Yeah. Nice, thank you. And Carl with the SEK, 160.
160. I don't know what the conversion rates are. I don't know what SEK is. In the domestic,
the Swedish krona.
Yeah.
Oh, Flinty Leader with another £20. Thank you very much. Great start to the day.
If we can smash $4,000 by the end of today, then that would be great. Because then it takes the pressure off me. So
yeah. We're going to bump it up to 6 for you, my guy.
Yes, of course. Yeah, lads, make sure to donate to the stuff to the charity.
Yeah, I think, well, $2,000 was what for the full 3 days, and it just I think in the intro it was up like $500 or something. We were like, what? Like,
Yeah.
Yeah, like in the first 10 minutes, everybody was just absolutely so generous.
I want someone to take my number 1 spot. I was 100 yesterday, 100 today. I want to see someone beat that. Hopefully today.
that would be
And
insane.
I'll hold the spot. Awesome. Right, should we allow you to get on with your day then?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, thank you for popping on.
All right.
All right, thanks,
All right, I'll
guys.
see you both later.
Yeah.
Right, so that was, of course, Leith and Ottawa Welshman. There we are. Let me get that music back on for you. So yeah, we're going to get into mapping. And if you don't know, basically it's by Matt the Lego Man, who is the creator or one of the modders on the Lord of the Rings Realms in Exile mod, which if you haven't tried that mod, I must say, like, the map is mind-blowing when you see it. I think I did a video on it a little while ago, and for a few minutes, I just talked about how good the map was. Like, you can just zoom in so far, and yeah, the whole thing is just insane. So if you do want to learn about that, that guy is definitely an expert. Will this be like, yeah, the live will stay out on my channel. So like, if you want to come back, like say in a month's time, you're like, you know what, I want to learn to map, you can always find that here. What is this mod? Not sure which mod you mean, but yeah, there's quite a few mods today. We'll try and stick to the schedule as best we can. That's why I didn't leave like exact timestamps, just in case, you know, something went wrong in the day. Yeah, and then obviously the team of 1, I think is 4 modders on that, and they're all absolutely fantastic modders. So if you want to that, if you want to get into modding and you've always wondered, like, you don't know what to expect, well then that panel will be perfect for you. And I've wondered as well. And Ottawa Welshman will be on that panel as well, giving a different perspective for you guys. It's good to have all different perspectives, I think, on them kind of things. Is this a mod review stream? Well, what's going to happen today? Similar to day 1, a bunch of modders who have been working for the past couple months, getting videos together, showing off their upcoming mods, or even just updates that are going to be coming out for their mods. I know before the stream even started, loads of people were talking about Game of Thrones. So yeah, that you'll have a little update from those guys as well. Hopefully you enjoy that one, which I know you will. Yeah, so what time now? Okay. Yeah. Face reveal, please. I don't think so. I mean, I did consider it. I got a webcam. You don't want to see the webcam. It's awful. It looks like it's recorded in like 1950s or something. So yeah, it'll just ruin the stream. Are these live streams going to have chapters? Yeah, I'll do that towards the end. So if someone comes back and watches the VOD, they can skip to exactly what they want to see. Because I know some people are obviously just going to want to see certain things. Is your internet fixed? Hopefully. Did have some issues with it this morning, but it seems to be fixed. So yeah, hopefully it stays like this all day. There we are. Leith is doing a face reveal for you tomorrow. And I think his stream will be starting the exact same time as this one. But yeah, we've already raised $2,200 for the charity. We'll get more onto that later. So thank you everybody for the donations at the start of this stream. You're all so generous. And I think just the CK3 community in a whole is unmatched. You guys are absolutely insane with the donations. Yeah, like I said, to start it out, we're going to go into a mapping tutorial. So it's going to be by Matt the Lego Man, one of the creators of Lord of the Rings mod. And like I said just now, that mod blew me away when I first seen it. So let's get into that now. Thank you.
Welcome to this year's Map Masterclass. Today, I will be explaining how mapping is a cinch, and everyone should try it. That's what this presentation is all about. I'll be rambling on and on about how I map, all the advantages and tricks that I use. If you're wondering about sticking around, I'll be making Valinor for the Lord of the Rings Realms in Exile, that greatest of kingdom domains, the second home, inhabited by the gods of Middle-earth, their Fae courtiers and the elves. If you're satisfied with your maps, this class isn't for you. If you're exclusively using the political map modes, this class isn't for you. If you feel disconnected from the world around you, and you don't see the beauty of the great outdoors, this class just isn't for you. Yet, if you want to breathe the air of the mountains and deep forests, go exploring in the wilderness, caked mud on your boots, you find pleasure calling you besides the sea. Perhaps it's the neon lights of your city's underbelly, your intimate knowledge of every hidden corner and street vendor and painted tag. You may be a mapper at heart, and every new path is a new adventure. The road goes ever on and on, down from the door where it began. In Realms, we are constantly pushing the envelope of what is possible in the CK3 engine. Paradox's great grand strategy game is only a sample of what is possible. Today, I'll be exporting a height map designed in Adobe Illustrator, formed from the environmental flesh and bones in Quad Spinner Gaia, brought to life in Crusader King's map editor, and flourished with groundbreaking assets and terrain. This is all available to you. I don't like how-to guides, unless it's Lego, and yet even then, they're only a means to an end. I have this temptation to let this guide be a reduction of intuition, let you turn the page, skip the circle to horse steps. Mapping is about touch. You need to be able to feel your way around, get your boots on the ground, travel, listen to local stories. A picture is worth about one word, movies about a dozen, an experience is worth a lifetime. This is my journey to Valinor. So let's start the journey. Here is the mask, which I created, and the final result won't look anything like this. Put it through some blurs. Some of this more fancy stuff here. Using the look dev nodes. Combining into some sort of vague, natural mask. But we aren't done with that yet. In these sets, I create the terrain. This is the hilly terrain, or what will become the hilly terrain. For Valinor, I decided to go with these whirls, spirals, and different circles, almost like a meteor hit. Always using this wizard to create fancy and rather cheap erosion. I wasn't a fan of this section here on the map, so I moved it over. That's easy enough to do if I'm only making part of the map, only using part of it, this part here. And I add some more rocky sort of terrain to it. There we go. That's what I'm after. Okay, so the mountains. If this is the hills and the plains, mountains required a mask as well. Although I probably could have just drawn this in-app, like in my sample I made this. I've also got a mountain for the tallest, well, I've also got a mask for the tallest mountain in Valinor, which goes here. And you can see what I do to it. Make it into a lovely little mask with the Carver, Shatter, Valley look devs. In fact, you can make your terrain with a mask and then just use Valley to make it look realistic. But we're doing a little bit more than that here. Range is a cheap way of creating mountains that look like mountains, I suppose. Ridges, valleys, everything that I said last year about sculpting mountains by hand. Everything's right here. Don't even need to go through the wizard, the erosion wizard, which is all I use nowadays. You'll see here, Hydrofix. It's like World Machine's like water features. Not as good, I find, but gets the job done. It means that water always flows downhill. There's no pools for it to collect in. This does exactly the same thing, except it focuses on rivers, but these are just mountains. I'm just making sure they're geographically sound before entering the wizard. Now, looking at my inspiration here, New Zealand, I suppose. These lovely talus slopes, the scree coming down the mountain here. Something nice and rocky. And also the Grampians in Australia. Chunks of earth like that, like these boulders, these rocks sticking out. Stuff like that. Little valleys that are quite steep. So I go back to the mountain that I am creating, and I do that. These mountains are quite extreme. They're much too extreme for like looking at it here. So these are like finalized. They're very tall, very steep, which is good for CK3's terrain. Here I am using shear just to chop off some parts. Stacks to, well, chop off some more, make it a little bit more interesting. Carver as well. Oh, fold and carver. I don't know where this is used. I don't think it's used much in the south. Well, you can see what it does here. Just a little bit more detail. Adding that thermal to get the, it's rather small though. Adding that thermal to get the, that slopes like in New Zealand. Getting that really small, right about here. Yeah. You can see the masks that I make for them here, which are basically just the world map. And then adding some Perlin noise, and then making that Perlin noise a little bit more detailed, and using that to combine, making my little craggy areas, the outcrops, adding some swish to it. Ooh, here we go, swing. Look at that. That's going to be something very interesting. Auto level because CK3 height maps. I mean, look at their Earth height map. It's crazy in here. And then combine all of that with the existing terrain, and I've got a mess here, so I need to clamp down on it. Hence, I make this. And this took ages because I'm looking for the right coastline, and that's not something that comes easy to me. I had some glitches happening down here and I have no idea why, so I used denoise to get rid of them. auto-leveling everything, and here we go, here's first pass, which then... So the first pass, right, gives me roughly what I was after, in terms of height, but that doesn't look like Valinor. That doesn't look like Valinor. See the isles there, the barrier isles, and Toleresia here is connected to the mainland. That's not right. This one's getting better. These kind of stuffed up a bit. Oh well. So what I ended up making was this. Just in Photoshop. So from this, from Illustrator, generating some height, cutting it all up. This is my province map. Oh, this is what I can make the province map with, and it's also what's creating the coastline. I run it through Hydrofix and Anismosis again. And then the wizard, giving it a wizard's kiss to do this. There we go. And of course I couldn't help myself. A lovely little coloured terrain. This I might use. Oh, I think I might, yeah. Definitely. Look how good it looks. The colour map. There we go, some fake sea. Tells you roughly where the sea will be. Flooding into there. So I'm quite happy. That it's not quite the Grambians, but it looks okay. There's that swishy stuff. Just giving it that magical sort of feel. This is a magical sort of place. That's where the sea elves live, right here. So I'm quite happy that there's a swish. Their little harbour right here. Okay, here we are in Valinor. We've got the south part, which you saw in the last section, and all the hidden isles, Toleresia, the Bay of Toleresia. This place, which Gandalf lived just north of here when he was in Valinor. These islands don't exist on any maps, but I kept them because they're cool. This is what that elvish port looked like now. That's what it looks like. And going up north, lots of detail in the sea as well, which is great. Not that you can see it. This, which I think is just the best part of it, to be honest. Look at that. Okay, so I joined them together, north and south. I don't own the expensive version of Quad Spinner, so I can only render 4K, but that's fine. One 4K, another 4K. Voila. Now, in this, I sharpened it, which may be a mistake. You'll see that later. Oh, yes, and don't tell my devs, don't tell the Realms devs that I was making Valinor. I was supposed to be working on this place. You can see we're using the same technique as having a coastline, adding some generated mountains into it. Technique there. That's the same technique I used over here. That's all Quad Spinner. This is Substance Designer. Just because Substance Designer is better at making rocks, like rocky terrain. And as you may be aware, I used World Machine to generate all this. Quite a complex system was used that took days to render. So I'm not really going to do that again. It wasn't really that great to begin with. But I got the job done. You'll see here I'm doing things the easy way for Valinor. such as adding more terrain, which I'm not going to show you how I made. Just extra details, because I looked at the map in CK3 and it was just really flat. So I added some more detail, just rendered out. Okay, so this is how I make it actually work in CK3. You have to do a lot of, if you're lazy like me, I suppose, you could, well, it's so much easier in World Machine getting the right sizes and everything. In Gaia it's impossible, I find. Using levels and curves for these ones up here, which I found were too tall. And then this is a magical thing which everyone should know. Where's Teleresia? Is where I wanted to show. Down here. Okay, so this is for land. It's got a mask. The mask is the province map. This makes sure all land is above the ocean, above the water level, and this here makes sure all water. See, this would have been peeking out inside the bay, but this one makes sure all the water is below the sea level. And that's that, just using inner glows, outer glows to make sure the cliffs aren't too steep. I then use another one with some generated detail just to give some variety to it. To the glows, I mean. It's rather subtle, but you can see it over here. There's like some extra rivers flowing down here. And yeah, I just copy and paste this all into our height map, and I'll see you in CK3. So here I am in CK3, and I'll just have a look at, see, over there's Valinor, hidden away from mortal eyes like you. You can see all this World Machine stuff here. It's very good at making mountain chains that are many mountains deep. One of the issues I found with Quad Spinner Gaia is that it's been creating, we've all been creating, mountains that are 1 deep. Show what I mean over here. See, there's just one ridge coming out. There could be like 2 ridges coming out here. Anyway, it still looks good. Still looks natural. And yeah, all that's hidden away. But over here, I'll just unhide it. Oh, I've already created Teleresia here. You got to see that as a time-lapse later. And you can see my reason why I didn't really want to, well, not really want to, but why I shouldn't have used the sharpen. I can sharpen those myself just by using by hand, I mean, just by using amplify. And now I've got to go in and smooth it all. Oh well. Let's see, let's find an interesting spot for me to explain. Here. That's nice. That's a bit weird. Okay, so I can... This one here, it's not big enough. This one, it's just too sharp. So let's work on this one. Okay, so as usual, I use a larger brush with a small amount. Just as big as I want this ridge to be. Oh, I'm using the amplify tool, which keeps all the details that you have and just makes it bigger and better. There we go, so large brush and then smaller brush. Yeah, that's about as sharp as I want it. They're just hills. Okay, all the way around there. In through there. Nice little peak there. Some ridges down here. Okay, that's done. Go to my smart material brush. All the way down. I'll start with number 3 first and just paint over. Doesn't matter here if I miss some spots, I can come back to it later. Yeah, so you can see the glitch that happens in the map editor. Whatever's happening here, I don't know. I used to think it was to do with material. See, here the material limit is 4, but in the map editor you can have more than 4. But, like, why is it just glitching out anyway? Anyway, start with planes, and then I've numbered them, so I know what to do first. So I should do eroded first, but I start with planes. Go to eroded, color that in. It's very simple. Just do it like me. Oh dear. Yeah, fortunately it's only glitching out with those materials, so I don't know. I might have to bug fix something. Okay, so number 1. Valinor 2, Valinor Mountains. Oh, wrong one. Apply that. 2 mountains, paint the mountains. Not that these are mountains, just need a little bit of rocky stuff. In fact, if I need rocky stuff, I can just change the amount. There we go. See what the mask looks like there. Okay, so I want this all to be forested, by the way. So fixing the grass will be priority number 1. So I'll just show you how to do that. Oh yeah, so you can see how many terrains are here now. There's 6 of them there. So we'll just cut them all out with a very big brush. And start painting some nice grass. Okay, so that's standard CK3 stuff. Custom terrains to make sure I'm not having to use their style of mountain. But there's more that we can do here. If we go into map objects, I've got a bunch of rocks which you've seen before. I love showcasing these. This is my cliff object. Create fancy looking cliffs. And got some rocks as well. Some fancier rocks. But you see, these ones don't adapt to the terrain, they don't need to. These cliffs do. They adapt to the shape of the terrain. And these ones, these rocks, they adapt too. I wouldn't really recommend using them like this though. Just sprinkle them all around. Some big old rocks. Maybe not that one. That one on this hill here. And what these can do, if I go to these mountains, they can also adapt to the colour of the terrain. I think these mesas, yeah, this mesa doesn't. See, that's the same texture. Well, it's not the same texture, but the same texture colour. And you'll notice this is all beach terrain. If I look for something a bit sharper here, like, oh, there's a glitch, and just chuck this one on. You can see how it blends in to the colour of the terrain underneath it. And so that makes these mountain objects just perfect for creating. See, you might not even know that this exists right here. I just matched up to the ridge. It just blends in so perfectly. So freebies. Look for them in the download section of the CK3 modding kit. They're all yours to use. And they're not too performant. They disappear when you zoom out. Don't use them everywhere. Like, this is all this needs. Just a couple of peaks, a couple of bits of detail. You can use my rock terrain, not the rock, the mountain terrain, just to blend it in. And yeah, they come in snow variety as well. Because I don't actually understand how snow works, I have to generate it. Let's look at them in other places. Across the sea, the White Mountains. Here they are. You can see how I've using now the same shader for Minas Tirith. This shader that adapts to the color of the terrain, because it's like this bright yellow mountain sort of color. And they just, like, you can't even tell where the 3D model ends. You can tell where this 3D model ends and the ground starts, but not these. They adapt so well. Where's the Paths of the Dead? Here we go. The Dwimmerhorn. And yeah, you can see these don't. These still use vanilla objects, a cliff, and that does, even though they're the same color. And you can get really creative. You can see it load in. There we go. This uses like 10 of them, which is exactly what I tell you not to do, but you know, for a hero mountain like this, you've just got to do it. Everything just matches up so perfectly. It's a lonely mountain. Yeah, and also the Khand. Well, I use them in the Golden Realm over here. Yeah, the little cliffs, which I'm sure you've seen before. Just these new techniques make them just so much better. Yeah, I hope you've enjoyed this, and I look forward to next year where hopefully I'll have the time to look at all your maps. Please send them in, because I'd love to just look at them. Look at what you're doing, what journeys you've taken. The road goes ever on and on.
So there we have it. That was how to make a map from Matt the Lego Man, who's, you know, an absolute expert at that kind of stuff, as you've just seen. You know, I seen the chat full of everybody just complimenting that guy's voice, and you know what? I must say, I have to agree. What a fantastic voice, right? Amazing video, yes, it was absolutely fantastic. And like he said at the end, he'd love to see what you guys create, maybe next year on ModCon. So, you know, maybe you get busy throughout this year. And like I said at the start, this stream will always be on my channel. So say you want to come back in a few months and you're like, you know what, I fancy making a pretty cool map. This tutorial will be here for you to see in a year's time, in 2 years' time, whenever you need it. Very relaxing, lol. Yeah, I agree, you know? Great voice. Complete opposite of mine, innit? We did also have a few donations, of course, for the Save the Children charity. We had Abby with a $5 donation, so thank you for that. We have Ardonis becoming a Duke, and we had Logan donating another $20. And then we also had James with another $5. So yeah, thank you all very much for that. Honestly, it means a lot, and it's going to a great, great cause. Of course, if you're unsure and you want to check out the charity, I completely understand that. They do have a website. So I'll link that to you, just in case you want to check it out. It's there. Of course, we're at 2.3k. I mean, the goal was 2k, but, you know, we flew past that yesterday. You guys absolutely smashed it. Your formatting on the Reddit post is wonky. Yeah, I had to do it on my phone, because like, I'm not logged in on my PC, and I think I might have messed up. Anonymous with another £5. Thank you very much. Does it mean we'll have a full map? I honestly don't know. Maybe Matt can answer you. I think I did see him here. So yeah, hopefully he can let you know on that. As you can see, the absolute detail in the map was insane. That was you. Oh, well, thank you very much, Sam. Yeah, it came up as anonymous. I think it's like an option you can tick when you do it. Best community in the land. Yes, 100%. I mean, we expected 2k over like 3 days, and that was a reach. We were like, you know what, we'll go for it. First day, you guys came out in full force. And we're all very much thankful. Of course, I mean, that's a mapping tutorial. A lot of it flew over my head because, you know what, I'm not good at that sort of stuff, but he explained it very well. I think we can all agree on that. And you know what we have next? An absolutely fantastic panel, which is going to help you get in sort of like the mentality, know what to expect if you do jump into modding. So I put these two together because, you know, they go hand in hand perfectly together. And of course, after that, we're going to jump into the mod jam. So yeah, this is the second day of their mod jam now. So we're going to see how they're progressing. Hopefully get some sneak peeks of what we can expect to hopefully be playable on day 3. I don't want to put unnecessary pressure on them. But yeah, hopefully the mod will be complete day 3. So that's obviously a bunch of modders doing their own thing kind of together. So you'll have someone making like the models, events, doing that kind of thing, and all together, hopefully, we'll have a workable mod. So yeah, for the next panel, we have Tobson of the Way of Kings. Now, I'm sorry if I butcher any of your names. In all my videos, I gotta butcher at least 50% of the words I say, so, you know, it's on brand, it's what we do. And then we got Kaiser Harm, who made the Sunset Invasion mod, and that's who will be coming on to do the ModCon update. Yeah, hype for him. I know everybody absolutely loved Tobson yesterday. Tobson? I'm gonna go Tobson. Yeah, everybody absolutely loved him yesterday. And then Cybrix Khan's going to be in that panel as well with Viet and Rice. I mean, we've all used their mods. I think I run them every single time I play. Yeah, everyone hyped for Sunset Invasion, of course. Another fantastic mod. And then finally for the modders on that panel, we have Castox. And of course, yesterday we seen a sneak peek of his Tavern of Sin mod. And I know, I seen the chat, I was there, everybody was absolutely blown away by that. I mean, the animations and that guy can do, it's just mind-blowing. Like, it had like a working dual system, everything. The other prophet of jank. Yeah, he makes a lot, but you know what? When he puts his mind to something like Tavern of Sin, it comes out just fantastic. It was like a full cutscene at the start. It looked like it was like Bannerlord or something. You know, it's the kind of stuff you don't expect to be possible in CK3, but I think it just goes to show exactly how moddable the game is. You know, which is always a good thing. We're here for the mods. And also on that panel, we'll have Ottawa Welshman, so he will be there just to give like another perspective. You know, they're all the modders, but it'll be good to have, you know, a perspective from an outsider kind of in that sphere. So that will be starting in just 2 minutes. So yeah, you're going to learn all about their experiences. Cybrix Khan. Yeah, Tom's in that chat. I hope I am pronouncing that right. Probably not, but we'll go with it. So yeah, this is the perfect panel to help you. I mean, yes, you sat there right now wanting to get into modding, but, you know, you're just unsure of what to expect, which makes sense if you've had no experience with it. Pronounces it right. You know what? That is an achievement. I think every video I do, someone's like, you pronounced that completely wrong. And I'm like, yeah, it doesn't surprise me. And I seen that name when I was reading through it yesterday. And I was like, oh my God. Panel of goats, for sure. Some absolute legends on that panel. Which I can't wait to get into. Then after that, we're going to go ModCon. And then we're going to start the Roman Hour, which has got a bunch of mods you do not want to miss out on, genuinely. Me taking notes for my future mod. Yeah, this panel, just full of experts, know what they're doing. And remember, quickly before we get into that, I just want to do another thing on the charity. It's honestly an amazing charity. I did link it just a minute ago. It's going to help children get education, water, food, medicine, and they go and help out across the entire globe and like natural disasters and things like that. So you know what? Help the kids get the life they deserve, which I think is a cause we can all get behind. You know, help the children. We did name it ModCon Saves the Children, and we did think for a sec, oh my God, what if we don't raise the $2,000 goal? It'll look a bit silly saying ModCon Saves the Children, but as you've seen yesterday, wow. Just wow. You guys are absolutely insane. Yeah, we are going to make our way into that panel now. They do introduce themselves, so if you missed me saying it, they will say it themselves. So we're going to jump into that.
Hey everybody, I'm Castox, and I am here what some of the expectations are. I've done a few mods. I've done currently working on Tavern of Sin, which you'll see in ModCon 2. I've also done a Diplomatic Envoy, Tavern Games, and a few other mods that are yet to release. I'm going to go ahead and pass it on to Tobson.
Yeah, hello, I'm Tobson. I'm both a solo modder and a team modder. I'm the solo dev behind the Way of Kings total conversion, and a much smaller just ability to read mod that's just a split off from the Way of Kings. But I'm also part of a bunch of teams. Like I work on the Game of Thrones, Elder Kings 2, and Lord of the Rings Realms in Exile. And I'll give it on to Kaiser, who's next on my screen at least. And you're muted.
Still muted.
You're muted. You're still muted.
Okay, this is why we're yours.
Okay, good to go.
Yeah. Okay. I'm Kaiser Harm. I have technically been modding since Crusader Kings 1, but I didn't release anything. I made one mod for Crusader Kings 2, which was done, and I made 3 entire mods for Crusader Kings 3, of which 2 are done. The most infamous one is Sunset Invasion, which I'm still pretty proud of.
Hello everyone, I'm Cybrix Khan. I am infamous for the Viet and Rice mods. I've been modding Crusader Kings for over a decade now, and I've had experience with both modding as a solo modder, and I'm on a couple of teams, so I kind of know both sides of the coin, and I'm very happy to be here.
Hey, and I'm Ottawa. I'm YouTuber, memer, and lover of these mods, but I'm not a modder myself. So I think I offer a pretty good perspective, at least on this panel, from a non-modder's perspective, so that anybody can really enjoy this this little segment.
Yeah, you're representing the zero modder part of the panel.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So as far as a team of one, kind of why we do it. There's a number of reasons why we do it. One, we don't have any friends. Sad modder hours. Two, you have a bunch of people who just can't commit to a project. Three, for me, I'm completely crazy and erratic about what I want to work on, and unable to focus on absolutely anything. So in order to not mess it up for everybody else, I just kind of stick to myself. There's a few reasons
like
for
the mad scientists of modding.
Yeah, there's definitely that great aspect of being able to do what you want to do, and the freedom to not only have full creative control, but just be able to not let anybody down if you burn out or anything like that. So yeah, I mean, going over some of my benefits, that's the biggest one for me, is creative control. I am a freak about creative control. I personally don't feel like I work great on teams, just because I'm so crazy with a certain thing. Like if I design something one way, that's the way I want it. And although it's great to get creative feedback, and most of the time I'm just like, I don't have enough time because I don't know how much I'm going to care about this thing that I'm working on for like this minute before I go on to the next thing. So like creative control, like with that. And then so this is primarily a hobby for me, and part of that hobby is learning to do all the different things that encompass what I want to do. So for instance, let's take some of the animations and some of the graphical user interface that I've done in the past. I didn't know how to do any of that stuff, but I wanted to do a certain thing, and so I just started to learn how to do it. And part of the fun of modding and getting into do it is learning, and then experimenting, and then throwing your computer on the floor and pouring water on it and calling it names. But part of that whole process is just, it's supposed to be fun. And getting to learn to do all the different things within the modding scene in general is great. Some things you turn out that you're really good, and some things you turn out that you're really bad. Like for me in modeling, yeah, I gave it a shot. It's very ugly, but I tried it. I tried it. Mapping, I tried it. I'm pretty horrible at it, but it's part of the hobby. So, you learn to do it. And so those are some of the benefits for me, like just learning and the creative control. Go ahead and pass it on, Thompson. You got anything there?
Yeah, all of those are also top tier justifications for me. But I would also add that you have this super rewarding feeling of knowing that that's your thing that you just did, and you can feel down the line, you can feel the passion that you put into it come back and tell you, hey, you're pretty cool, you did this, you can do whatever you're doing in the future, right? At least for me, I've had a bunch of projects that just have been abandoned over the years, and knowing that Way of Kings is out there, knowing the kind of stuff that's in it, that 5 years ago I probably wouldn't have guessed that I would have been able to do this, but I did, and that's proving something. And that just feels pretty fuzzy and warm inside. It feels super rewarding. You also have to build on the part where you say that learning is pretty rewarding. I also found that because I've learned what I have, I feel very useful to people. I can give people input on a lot of different things in the modding pipeline. I can give people hints when it comes to certain parts of the 3D graphics space. There are some tips and tricks that, because I'm solo, I've had to learn some shortcuts. If you only work with the 3D pipeline, then you can learn how to do it, quote unquote, properly, but that might take more time than a solo modder can afford. And so I have made a bunch of smaller tools to help me make that pipeline more efficient. And then I can share that with people who are working in 3D space, and they find it very useful. And that again feels, even though I'm solo, I feel like I've contributed to their projects as well. And that also feels rewarding. We can go on to Kaiser if you want to add something.
Yeah, well, I can second all of those. I think creative control that also includes design control. You can organize your files exactly the way you want. You can have naming conventions like you want. Use British English or American English, whichever choice is your preference, you can use it. I also think that as a benefit of individual projects in general, I think they often tend to be, they can be more unique. One example, which was also made very shortly after the game's release, was and I quote, Tony Hawk's Pro Crusaders 1+2. That is what the mod is called by the modder.
That was a fun mod.
Yeah, it was an amazing mod where it introduces the skill of skateboarding to the feudal era. And Genghis Khan is the invading leader of the Mongols, and he is a skate legend, because of course he is. I think that group projects can have amazing quality, also an amazing amounts of content, but I think that those unique projects, those solo projects, exemplify what modding is about. Modding is about doing things that the developers of a game would never do. It shows off human creativity.
There's also basically, there's no one to tell you no, right? This might be a bad idea. Maybe I shouldn't be spending however many hours to make this janky feature, but I might find it fun, and who's going to tell me not to do it, right?
That's definitely me to myself. I'm like, what am I doing? After I spent like about an hour doing something, I'm like, who's going to play this? What's my audience? Nobody. It's me. I'm the audience. So
yeah, I think your primary audience should be yourself. You should play to make your own game more enjoyable, and if you're proud of it, then maybe put it on Steam.
We don't even have to play the mod to feel like we're rewarded. Like, I don't actually play all of the minigames that I've made for Way of Kings, but sitting there and tinkering with them has this zen-like appeal of working on it by itself feels rewarding and engaging. It might be like dumb popcorn snacks type of entertainment where I'm just filling in a database of stupid puns because I want this particular character to serve up a random pun when he introduces people at a feast. But I mean, it's still fun for me to do, whether or not anyone ever sees that event, right?
But I think the beautiful thing about this community, and at least what I found about the CK3 community, is there's so many people out there that are kind of so similar to you, even though you might not think of it. So if you're creating something that's fun to you and you really love it, if you put it out there, there's gonna be somebody else that also has similar interests, because like we're all in the same kind of community. We all kind of think a little bit similar. So I think that's kind of part of the beauty of like, yeah, you have this really niche idea, but like there's definitely somebody that gets value out of it out there. So
Yeah, like the one thing I thought is kind of nice about the Paradox modding community is that Paradox games are kind of popular enough that there's enough people out there, that could potentially enjoy even the very niche mod, but it's not too big, like say, Skyrim or Fallout, that you could be dealing with like millions of people literally if your mod gets big, and that can be very overwhelming. And especially if some of those people are not very nice. So, it's kind of like a nice balance between, a big modding community and a very small modding community.
Yeah, I definitely feel like I've hit a very nice balance with the Way of Kings. The community that I have grown isn't huge, but it is very nice and jovial and wholesome. And sometimes when I enter some of the larger fandom modding discords, you start to find people who are acting far more entitled because they have these expectations that the modders are sort of at their service. You don't get that as much as a solo modder, I think, because people understand that a solo modder isn't a huge team. Like a solo modder has only their own time. We are a lot more human in the eyes of these of the kind of fan that would otherwise demand service, so to speak.
Right. So I guess, yeah, and for me, in terms of the benefits of solo modding, the big thing that really comes to me, and besides, all the good points that were already raised, the big point that comes to me is that, as someone who's had experience of both solo and team modding can be rewarding in its own way, but the problem with team modding is you're working with a team. So a lot of times it depends on what team you have, because you could end up working with some really great people who you kind of share a similar design philosophy with, or you could end up working with people that just make you feel like you're at another job. With the annoying boss and the coworker who doesn't do anything. Not that all teams are like that, but I've encountered that kind of situation before on teams. And at least with solo modding, you only have to deal with yourself.
Yeah,
So,
if you do travel around and shop for a team, eventually you're gonna find a couple of teams that have these abrasive elements to them.
Right.
You find that maybe this place isn't for you.
Right, exactly.
But I mean, unless you happen to hate yourself, a solo mod is fairly lenient in that regard.
Right. And things like even on good teams, because you're still dealing with other people, even on good teams where everyone is really on the same page, that there's still, it's still, there's still going to be, conflict and tension and disagreements too. And, not that, that's necessarily a bad thing or good thing, but it happens. And, for something that's a hobby, that can be, a lot of stress, to deal with, I decided to go mainly with solo modding because, it's just easier for me to, not deal with the stress of dealing with people as much. Obviously as a solo modder, you still sometimes deal with people in the community, whether you're collaborating with others or, interacting with just general interaction with other modders or players. But it's not, there's not as much of an obligation to like really kind of get really good. Like it's not the same level as dealing with a team. Yeah, I think a few years ago, I just decided for me, it's just easier to deal with myself, as difficult as it can be sometimes. It's still a little less like mental work than, coming to a team and essentially doing an unpaid job, because some of the teams are managed very professionally, like a real development team. So, if you don't like that team, it can really feel just like an unpaid job. So for me, the advantage of solo modding really is that you're kind of like a small business owner, or like you're self-employed. You kind of do your own thing. And you don't have to worry about all the issues of just a team.
For sure. I think you hit it right on the head with that last point. There could be conflicting, like for instance, I think I'm very out of place when it comes to the CK3, because this is the only type of this game that I've ever played in my life. So I come more from like the RPG type games, and so I have a lot of weird ideas that are not necessarily how somebody in this community would deem historically accurate or fit the genre. I really don't do a lot of that stuff. Like when I made like the fishing mod, I was like, who's gonna sit here and fish for a while?
Right.
Where does this fit into grand strategy and titles and and it's reflected. A lot of the other mods that I've seen are very well put together, but they're for elements of the game that I don't necessarily play with. I'm not very into like deep down like contracts or anything like that. I never even opened those things, so I wouldn't know. So a lot of it really comes from ignorance, as far as like I'm concerned on the game and what people out there are wanting. But I generally make mods for that I would want to play, and then not necessarily for the community. And when you start working on teams, if I noticed, I was briefly on a few, I realized that I'm more making this to make somebody else happy than I am like myself, and then it turns all bad, and then I'm like, I don't want to do this anymore. So it does kind of burn you out.
Yeah, and actually, your point on history reminds me too. Another advantage of solo modding from the history side of things, because so I have a degree in history, and for me, anyone who plays my mods knows that I'm very, very I'm very, very, I care a lot, or maybe obsess about, adding that like genuine history element to the game. One thing a lot of people don't realize about academic history is, like, unlike pop history, a lot of times there's a lot of ambiguity and nuance in interpreting various parts of history. And when you're working on a team, sometimes, everyone might know quite a bit of history, but sometimes it's like you might have conflicting interpretations of the history, right? If you're working on a history-related mod. And then, there could be conflict arguments about what's the best way to depict, X, Y, Z. And if everyone has a different idea on the team, right, it can be kind of hard to resolve those differences sometimes, especially if it's a very controversial or a very or like a topic that doesn't really have any clear answer to. And sometimes, if you're on a team, sometimes you just gotta pick one of the options to portray in the game, and that might not be the option that makes everyone happy. Whereas if you're a solo modder, you can just pick whatever you feel is cool, or whatever you think is the most correct option, or you can just avoid depicting altogether because I don't want to get into this controversy, etc., etc. So the advantage of solo modding is you can kind of interpret the history the way you feel most comfortable with. Whether that's right or wrong, but at least you don't have to deal as much with arguing with your team members about what's the best way to portray history. Of course, people might still complain to you, the users, but at least it's still up to you at the end of the day, and you don't have to worry about essentially maybe working on a mod where you disagree with how it should be done.
You actually do get a fair few of those situations in fiction modding as well, where
About the lore, right?
yeah, not only do you have lore, but you can have very differing opinions on how a piece of lore should be presented in game. For instance, some might think that because something doesn't happen in the source material, therefore it should not happen in the mod. That's a very restrictive form of modding. So at that point, you are actively removing features from the base game in order to represent the not happening of the thing in the mod. That might not gel so well with someone whose first priority is to make a good game that just happens to be lore accurate.
Right. Right.
So I've seen quite a few of those conflicts break out as well, and typically it only really becomes a problem for a team when you have a bunch of prescriptivists who are insistent that something should be a specific way, and they won't back down. That's when you have the issues really appearing. And I've seen a couple of those, but it's so smooth sailing to just be solo and be able to say, you know what, these are my priorities. That's why I'm going to do this.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very glad I avoided most of the drama on a lot of things.
Yeah.
I imagine some of those are super accurate, especially like the big IPs. Like, I don't know, you don't want to throw anybody under the bus, but I'm just kind of like, I bet there's some crazy drama going on at some of those large teams, just behind the
Right.
scenes, because you see it on like Reddit and you see it on like Twitter, just about like the
Yeah.
television shows, and it's like, Jesus, like, come on.
I kind of forgot to mention in my introduction. My experience with working in teams has been brief, in part because of disagreements. All approach that sometimes led to very vivid arguments that ended with me backing off, and sometimes disagreements led to apathy, led to the end of the mod, and then you have a lot of work that lies barren because nobody likes it anymore.
Yeah, that's horrible. Do you have anything to add, Otto, before we move on to like the negatives of being alone?
Well, actually, like in terms of a transition, I think I have a pretty good segue here because I do have some questions that I'm not sure, like, are they pros, are they cons, and maybe you guys didn't mention them so much. So the first one, I guess, was, do you guys ever feel like, you're working on this solo mod? Is it like more relaxing? Like, I'm going to work at my own pace. It's going to come out when it comes out and I'm going to be happy with it. And it's going to be something I'm proud of. Or is it like, oh my God, I have to get this out, or oh my God, there's an update and there's like 15 comments, like people really want this updated and fixed or whatever. Like, how am I going to do all this work on my own? So is it more of like a thing like, you know what, I'm in charge, it's gonna come out when it comes out and people will deal with it? Or is it more of like a mad dash, like let's get a minimum viable product that works out and then we'll patch it as we go because it's just so much to do for one person?
Well, for first thing that came to mind to me was for at least on the side of team modding with teams, it depends on how your team works. If you're on a team where it's very structured, very much like almost like a real job. Sometimes the quote unquote boss will give you deadlines, and well, you obviously since you're unpaid, it's like you don't really have a obligation per se to meet those deadlines, but they can definitely be a big pressure. Whereas on the other hand, if you're on a team that's very laid back, you're just like just mod whatever you feel like and throw it in. You might not feel that pressure as much. But when you're solo modding, I guess I want to say it's kind of up to you, whether you want to put those deadlines on yourself. So I guess with solo modding, it can be a pro or con depending on what you choose and how well. Whether you're a kind of person that works better under pressure, or whether you're a kind of person who really needs that time to kind of just take your time to do the modding. So I'd say it does depend on what kind of modder you are.
It also depends a bit on your mental state at the time.
True,
sometimes that's true. I have not exactly the most punctual in terms of making releases after new patches, and sometimes it is because of things outside of my control, like health issues. Sometimes it is because of things that are technically in my control, meaning I didn't felt like playing Crusader Kings for a while. I felt like playing, in my case, The Sims for a couple of months. And I think it is important that you keep in mind that you have the right. You're not being paid. So it depends on your person, on your mental state at the time, how stressed you are.
Yeah, for me, it's all over the place. Some things can be super stressful because I don't want to do it right now. There are, I promised I was going to do this by this point. I was going to have this feature out by ModCon. Or I have had to do the ModCon video for Way of Kings. And that's a very large undertaking for a solo modder. And it can be very easy to burn out. I was lucky enough to get the preview built for Royal Court and spent 2 weeks getting it to run. So and after that, it took quite a while before I wanted to open up Crusader Kings again. That was 2 very burnouty weeks of constant modding.
Yeah, I just could imagine. Especially, I mean, you do crazy updates with your weekly updates or something. You're always pushing out updates, man.
Yeah, I have, I think, an average of 1 update per 5 days currently, since release. And it's probably the thing that pushes me the most during the patch cycle, at least, is that at this point, I've kind of built the reputation. Wouldn't it be fun if I kept it? Right?
Yeah.
So I'm kind of pushing myself in that direction, even though I do tend to push myself a bit too hard and then burn out for a while afterwards.
For sure. I think, like, for instance, it takes a big toll on me. Like I said, I like to release mods that I really don't care if they're like, I don't take them too seriously, you know. I always put it out there that anybody could update anything on my mod, take whatever they want and fix it. Perfectly fine, do it. It's better as a community project for me. But like, I'm no kidding, legit have 32 mods, 32 that I counted it yesterday. I have 32 mods that I haven't released simply because I don't want anybody to ask me to update it. Because I don't have any interest in updating it. Most of the mods were just seeing if it was possible to do something. And so I created it, be like, wow, I made this mod. And I'm like, should I release it? And then I think to myself, like, oh, does this work with this mod? Update when? You know, like this patch is blah, blah, blah. And I was just like, no, I don't think that I will. I don't think that I want to release this mod. So I'll just keep it, and then I'll do little pieces, and I'll just hand them out or something like that. If someone's, you know, doing something similar, I'll be like, hey, you know, there's this, so you can use this, piece it out. But no, it's I hate that. I hate the updates. I hate them really bad, because when I'm making something, I don't know how long I'm gonna like that thing. Like, I'm really like arbitrary about that. So like, I don't know. I'm like, when I start a mod, I'll be on it and I'll finish it probably in a day or two because I'm so on it. But after that day or two, I'm like so over it. So having to revisit it to update it, I've gotten, like, these last 3 mods, I've gotten to the point where I engineer it purposely so that I won't have to touch it up for an update. So that's what I mean. That's what I did. I tried to make it as modular as possible, like this.
Yeah, that's a super important priority for any solo modder, I think. Know how to code for your future self, because you're the only one who can shoot yourself in the foot. Okay, maybe one day Paradox developer decides to kill dummy mail, and more than half the mods on your Steam Workshop page can no longer be updated because they fundamentally hinged on dummy mail working. Like, my Battle Royale mod cannot be updated. Fundamentally, it does not work anymore. Or the browser gets removed, and now my Doom mod, which was emulating Doom in the in-game browser, doesn't work, and I can't really fix it. But other than that, knowing how to write code that down the line, Paradox comes out with an update that adds new government type or something, knowing exactly how you have used governments so that you can very easily update it down the line. That's probably the most important skill you can develop as a solo modder, just in order to keep your own sanity. Because nobody likes when their mod has like 3,000 conflicts with a new patch. Then you're gonna sit there and go, okay, if I start now, I'll be done in a week, maybe.
Yeah, doesn't make much sense. Yeah. It's just giving me, when you said that ModCon, I'm like, ModCon stresses out a team of 1 mod. Genuinely, anybody who works on their own timeline. Like I know for me, I took a break right in the middle of it. I did a lot of work and then I just took a big break and I'm trying to pull it back together for myself. Any more questions before we move on to Ottawa? Before we move on to the negatives, or?
No, I think there was a lot of good points raised. I think honestly we could do like entire segments on some of the points that were raised here, but no, we can move on. That pretty much answers my question. Thank you guys so much.
Cool. So yeah, let's get to the negatives. So let me start this right off. The negatives. You can't generally do your vision if you don't have the skill set for your vision. Let me just tell you, there are full mods that I think would have been better than any of the mods that I've ever created, but I cannot wrap myself around needing a map. I cannot make a fantasy map in good conscience with a map of Europe. You know what I mean? I cannot do that. I need a fantasy world, and then I can elaborate on that with just about everything else. A few other things. I might need some modelers and so on and so forth. But like modeling, like clothing and map, I cannot do it, and I will not release. I will fundamentally will not release any kind of, magic thing that's not like presumes like witchcraft, because there was, the assumption of witchcraft back in the day. So I did make a witchcraft mod that I haven't released, but I'm talking about magic. It's really hard to do that. I never could do it. For instance, Tavern of Sin. I wanted Tavern of Sin to take place in one county. I wanted to upscale the entire map and then make everything just take place like in streets. Like I wanted to upscale the entire thing. But I can't. So I had to change the entire concept of what I was doing, because what I wanted to do was go down from being like a bar owner, a tavern owner, to being the count. But now I can't do that. So I had to restructure an entire story set to do that. And I ended up having to, I ended up taking the story aspect of it to Unreal Engine, because I'm far better there than I am, in CK3, and there's more things you can do, especially from mapping wise. So I mean that those are huge things. Like if you do not have the skill set for the particular thing that you want to do, it's a problem. That's my biggest negative. Go ahead, Thompson, or anybody else.
I do have just a little question about that. So I know there are like Discord servers and communities out there of modders helping other modders. Do you find that beneficial? Do you guys use that a lot, like to solve that issue?
Well, the thing is, so for me, the thing is, there's only a few mappers in CK3, and they're all working on huge projects. So for me, I don't even bother, because I don't even want to bother them, like, because I know they got so much going on that I'll eventually ask. But if I don't get a reply back, or if I don't get any products back, I get it. I get it. You're working on much larger things and you're part of that team, and I'm not trying to poach you or anything. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
For my madness, but yeah.
Yeah, there are like a few skill sets that are kind of in high demand in the community, because not a lot of people are good, or not a lot of people really are experts at, mapping is one of them. Music composition is another, like original music composition is another. And to an extent of 3D art modeling as well. And probably a few other skill sets. It's very rare in the community. So if you as a modder can't do it, then as a solo modder you can't do it. You just can't deal with it. Wherever you won't be able to do it. Period. Unless you really put in a lot of time trying to learn it, which can detract from time that could be spent doing other modding stuff that you are good at.
And it's pretty crazy. Go ahead. Sorry, go ahead, Kaiser.
Thank you. I personally feel like I am building up a skill set in a lot of different areas, like Thompson said. I think it is a skill set to the barest level that keeps me kind of satisfied. I am very good at making mediocre things of all kinds of disciplines. So sometimes like I made an Aztec club, a Maquahito, and I liked it at the time, and it is technically in a mod, but I don't like it anymore because it was on the edge of what I found satisfactory, and that is the problem when you are trying to do everything by yourself.
So I also have the issue that when it comes to the modding support on those discords, typically I'm the guy who gives people the modding support on those discords. There's
Very helpful stuff, by the way.
What?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you double the numbers of the next highest like message count. Like I think you double that number. I was looking into it the other day.
I think if you were to count lines of script in most mods, I think besides the author, you're usually the second contributor to most mods on Steam, basically.
Yeah.
Something like that. But
Just copy pasting from you.
the thing is also that as I've been trying to do everything myself, I've put myself through the basics of almost everything. I can make a 3D model, but I'll make a 3D model that I hate. I can make a map, but I'll make a map that I hate. I can't live up to my own standards when it comes to these skills, but I have tried it, and I've figured out some tips and tricks to do them. So that's what I was mentioning before, that I figured out that if you juggle the portrait modifiers in an animation block just the right way, you can save yourself a whole bunch of work, which is not something that's documented anywhere. This is just something that I tried and turned out to work. So I can bring those kinds of skills to people who do know what they're doing and offer a trade. That's what I've been doing recently. I joined the Elder Kings 2 team specifically to murder their error log, because to my knowledge, I had the first error-free total conversion mod. I'd finally gotten there. It took me 2 years, but god damn it, I got there. And now I have a bunch of scripts, Python scripts, that can help automatically fix a bunch of common errors. So I brought that and some of my manual fixes over to Elder Kings, and in return they're going to give me 3D models, which, again, I know in theory how to make one, but it's not going to be good. But if I do some error fixing that I'm good at for them, they can do 3D models for me, which they're good at. It's also similar for Lord of the Rings, where I gave them the courtship system from Way of Kings. And in return, I got a bunch of map work done by Jamie-san. And I have a second one of those coming up, where I'm going to do what I did for Elder Kings and fix their error log and hopefully make it stop crashing. And then they'll do even more map work for me. So suddenly the two parts that I am the worst at, maybe short of music composition, because who knows how to do that, right? Those two things, the mapping and 3D work, I can now outsource and pay for using the skills that I'm good at. Without any money changing hands, this just, I offer my skills, you offer yours, we both walk away happy with mods that we're proud of.
I would say that is the big difference between me and you. You have the dedication to do that shit. I do not. I cannot even help another team because I'm just like maybe too opinionated, or maybe I would say that is my worst thing. I am too opinionated, and then I just don't have the drive to actually do that, to actually go through with the error log and do it. I'd be like, no, it's fine. It's good to go.
You call it dedication, I call it obsession. Anyway, you taught me like half of what I know, so you get some credit for that.
Yeah, but yeah, the dedication, obsession, whatever you want to call it, is fantastic. I wish I had it. I just don't. I'm just so lazy. Like, I'll be the first one to tell you, I'm so lazy about that stuff. Like, I will have your kind of obsession about something for about 5 minutes. It's almost like I have something, or I need some pills or something, but I lose my obsession to do something so quickly. And almost as soon as I get it to a workable state where we're like, yeah, if somebody were to take this and finish it off and polish it off, it'd be fantastic. And then I'll just stop.
Yeah, well, I have the motivation that everything I'm doing is already procrastination for something else. And it's kind of hard to procrastinate on your procrastination, if that makes sense. because I have my day job as a PhD student. I can either work on this immediately rewarding janky system that I can see in front of me is developing to something cool, or I can revise my paper to use a different kind of framework for super categories that happens to align with referee 2's vision for how notation should work. One of those
That's
is
the problem all the time.
one of those is just more motivating than the other. So by turning my procrastination into a project, I've somehow managed to unlock my ADHD brain to actually do some stuff, because
Yeah.
the alternative is worse.
Yeah, and the other thing I want to touch on is for aspects of this is definitely personalities. Like, say for instance, you take us four right here, and you throw Matt and El Toranos in this team, and we'll make CK4. We can make
Yeah.
CK4 right now. If we would definitely, we would kill anything out there very easily, But getting all us together, like even this interview thing, it's ridiculous. It's so hard to do. We will never do it. We will never. Maybe if we all live like in the same around the same housing complex, you know what I mean? Like if we still, that's the only way. But there's just no way to do that because we all have different stuff going on. We all different personalities, different lifestyles, different locations. It's just so difficult to do, and that drives the whole point home of this solo modding thing. It's solo for a reason, you know what I mean? If it wasn't for all these other X factors, I mean, it could be absolutely amazing. But there's so many X factors that it's hard to nail down anything. I mean, did we miss anybody want to add on to that or add some more negatives to the talk?
Yeah, I do. I think sometimes it was mentioned before. There are times when doing either a history mod or a mod based on fictional lore that there is a reasonable. There's a conflict where there's two reasonable interpretations. Sometimes, sometimes I desperately need a second opinion. Because I mean, I can decide, but I don't know if it is the right decision. That's either it can be. I don't really know what makes more sense to other people, but it can also be, especially when doing history stuff, and especially when doing history stuff outside of your native culture. As I can attest, I really need feedback from people with another perspective on it to know that I'm still doing sane things. So the modding community, so the co-op, is very helpful for technical advice. But there's one channel, Feature Design, where I am basically every now and then I place a wall of text and ask people, am I still making sense? I think that people who at least have like regular collaborators or like who work on mods with two people. I don't have any experience with that kind of collaboration. But then at least you have a sanity check for every major decision you make.
Also, just having someone to play your game when you're developing it, right? That you can hear from. I spent a lot of time making this courtship mechanic where you actually have to romance and either seduce, romance, or befriend your partner. Otherwise, they're gonna say, "No, get away from me, you creep," or whatever. And I thought that was fairly accurate. That is how it's supposed to work. It's healthier. It's a better representation of how I want the game to work, which is I want your choice of spouse to matter, and not just every single person on the planet is your potential spouse. So I implemented that, and it turns out that's not a game everyone wants to play. Some people don't want to play a dating sim. They don't want that to be the core part of their experience. They want to focus on the warfare, or they want to focus on political intrigue that is not romance-based. And at that point, I would need to get a sanity check from either a player or a tester or someone already at the design stage who can tell me, hey, you should add a game rule to disable this, to make that optional. I ended up pushing that out and then only adding the game rule afterwards, because people did give me feedback, but they didn't give me feedback before it went out, which at my point, I just have to ship it because I don't have time to test everything myself. Like, I don't think I've finished. I haven't played long form CK3 since Northern Lords, I think. I've mostly just played the first few years of Way of Kings over and over again, trying to test whatever I'm working on at that point. At that point, I don't get like the full experience of Crusader Kings anymore. I get the full experience as a modder, but I don't get it as a player. So I don't know what's actually fun. What is the base game actually missing? I'm just tossing kindling onto the fire without knowing if it's actually burning there.
Yeah, that's a great point. I think I played 5 minutes of original CK3 the month that it came out, or a month after it came out, and then I made the Sparta mod because I wanted to play as Sparta. So I then from there I just started modding, and taking off with there. But yeah, as far as playing the actual game, nah, I just don't do it. I could never make it past a year.
I still play it from time to time, partly because I know that as a modder, I'm so focused on modding that, I sometimes don't have the perspective of what it feels like to play. So sometimes I still play like games, like maybe not like full games to the end of the timeline, but at least, maybe like a couple characters in just to get a feel of the game. But even then, it's still obviously not as much experience as, someone who, just a normal player, just like who's obsessed with the game, playing it like every day. So even for me, sometimes and you guys too probably have had situations where just like Tobson was saying, you've released a new content, and then like 5 seconds later, someone's like, "Wait, why are you doing this? This is terrible," or like, "Hey, there's this very easy bug that I just found. Why didn't you catch it?" I'd be like, "Oh, that never occurred to me because I didn't play enough," or So that is, but whereas on a team, for instance, you have multiple people, doing with the mods, and oftentimes, especially in really big teams, people doing different things. So there might still be some of the modders actually having time to test out the features, or if you're big enough, you might have actual proper play testers who, you get to, who you not hire, but you recruit to actually break your mod to see, where the bugs could be. But as a solo modder, you don't really have that luxury. You kind of have to do all that bug testing yourself, if you even, and even in you're one person, so you can't possibly account for all the potential issues with the game, or with your mod rather.
I actually tried having a playtester role on my Discord that people could sign up for to play the earlier version, the development version, and give feedback on it. Turned out none of those actually gave any feedback. They were just signing up to play the newest version without any intent of telling me anything. But I did eventually luck into one super helpful, obsessive, competitive player named Kovia. And he actually will haunt through all my script to find the slightest exploit so that he can beat the hardest difficulty of the Way of Kings. Like, I have a canonical ending, the true ending, and I have a bunch of extra difficulties, and he's the only one who's able to come close to defeating the higher difficulties. It's not even close. And if there is anything slightly unbalanced in my mod, he will find it, he will gloat about it, and then I fix it.
Yeah, that's you just described the whole beta testing program. Everybody just wants to be they just want to play it. Don't see. And if you're a modder, you just want the beta so that you can start working on your mod ahead of time. You're not really giving feedback at that time. You're just kind of like, I'll tell you what's wrong, or more like what I want.
Do they really want our feedback?
No,
like, isn't it? It might be too late by the time we get there.
I mean, hopefully they accept feedback. I know some things have been asked for a while, but we still ain't got it. And then some things they're removed just for the sake of removing. Dummy mail taken from us for no reason other than its awkwardness.
Press F, pay respects. Is that the meme that young people use today? Press F to pay respects.
Yeah, F and chat for dummy mail. But yeah, no, there's a lot of great points brought up. Does anybody have any more negatives?
There's I mentioned this as a positive as well, but there's no one to tell you no, so there's nothing to stop you from shooting yourself in the foot.
Yep.
Outside of the mod as well. Like,
Mhm.
I might have the benefit that I'm procrastinating with the mod from my real world responsibilities, but ultimately, that's shooting my career in the foot because I should be finishing my PhD. Like, as a career choice, this does make a whole lot of sense.
Mhm.
But there's no one to tell me, dude, take a break. So, yeah, that's all on me for ruining my own life, right?
You're trying to get that sprint for,
Mhm.
Oh, geez. Okay, so going over our last little bit of advice. My here's a tidbit for advice for me. Your first mod, don't try to be a part of a team unless you're really, in part of the IP. Try to make a mod yourself. Just a mod yourself, and do try to do everything you can by yourself, just so that you can kind of get to a point where it's respectable for you, and so that you don't get a part of a team and you don't meet expectations or so on and so forth. But there's a lot of resources out there. The ModCon, there's the CK3 wiki, a few things on. So we mentioned a few things on the tips for modding video. I suggest you watch that. I don't remember if it was tomorrow or today's ModCon, but there's some tips on there. I suggest you follow those. Don't get dissuaded by hearing other people's opinion of your mod. Let's say you do post something and it's yours, and don't be dissuaded by the comments on Steam, because some of those are just ridiculous. Some of those just don't have any place in there. Like it was like after I had posted a diplomatic employee on there, and I made a 20-minute video explaining how to use it, and then nobody watched the video and said, "Are you going to post instructions?" I'm like, "Well, no, watch the video."
That's when you put as a requirement mod the ability to read, which is my mod. It's specifically named that way so that you can put it as a dependency and just point to it. Hey, did you have this dependency?
Yeah, well, I mean, in that case, I took the reading out of it. I said, just watch the video. I explained everything.
Fair.
But then one guy downvoted my mod and said this is a crappy mod or whatever, because he couldn't access the video to watch the instructions. So I thought that was pretty ridiculous. There's some definitely some things in there that I'm just kind of like, okay, but don't take those to heart. If one person likes it, that's good, and always keep the mindset of you're doing this for you first, and then everybody else second, and that's what you can do as a solo modder. You can think like, hey, this is for me. I'm having fun doing this. You have to have fun doing this. When you're not having fun doing it, I suggest you take a break or stop altogether, because if it's not fun, it's not worth it.
I would also add that just because you want it to be your project doesn't mean you can't get help. You can ask for assistance with a problem you have. Just make something, even if it's bad, making it will give you experience. The most common aspect that I find when people are signing up to want to help to contribute to the mod, which has happened a lot for me. I try to make sure that they know that they can just ask me and I will help them. But before they can join, I want them to make me one event, just to prove that they are willing to absorb the resources out there and ask if they get stuck. But basically every time, I never hear from them again. They just they don't ask questions. And as soon as they get stuck, even if they have a background, might have a master's degree in computer science, but without Stack Overflow, they're too proud to ask questions and just disappear. So don't do what they do. Actually ask when you get stuck. That's my advice.
I also say, I mean, I think that everybody should start by making their dream mod, their personal goal that they wish to see fulfilled. It can be an annoyance with vanilla that they want to see fixed, or it can be an inspiration that they have something they want to add. But I think that there are still some things that you should not start out doing. If your ID includes a map, don't start modding with that. Start with something else. If your ID includes very detailed 3D models or very detailed revamp of warfare, don't start with that. Start with decisions, start with events, start with things you can write in 10 minutes and see in the game. Also, that we will help you. What are the most quick rewarding parts of the model? What is easiest to add to the game? And you will more quickly satisfy yourself, and then already you have a game that's slightly better for yourself, and you can play CK3 again, and not get achievements, but you will hopefully already be a bit happier, and then you can expand it and expand it and expand it.
So
Yeah.
can I just jump in quick?
Sure.
So as the resident non-modder, what is the easiest thing somebody can do, like as a first thing, like or a bunch of easy things that somebody can do just to kind of do it, see that it works, and then get super excited and wanna go crazy?
A decision, I would say.
Decisions?
Yeah, just a decision that gives you gold or something like that.
A decision or a very simple event, like an event that just like literally gives you gold, or very simple effects. Obviously there can be very complicated events, but like maybe it's just something simple. Gives a bit of gold, adds a character modifier, like something like, and that's something that if once you get to a certain level of modding, like even at my primitive level of modding, you can do that very quickly, in a matter of minutes.
Yeah.
The very first thing I did with the guy who I started modding with was make a cheat mod that gives players a trait that gives that would give renown, because I was kind of annoyed that the slow trickle of renown back in when the game was first released. So just by doing that, you got introduced to a lot of different ways of delivering your content. Like, oh, turns out I can make an event, but then I have to learn about on actions or something, or I can make a decision or a character interaction, and so on and so forth. And you finally realize that whichever one looks simpler is simpler. So you just make a decision and figure out the problem from there.
Oh, that's awesome.
Personally, just to add, I think that events are the best places to. I mean, I agree starting with decision, but I think events are the best places to learn to be a better modder, because an event can contain almost any other aspect of modding. Events can use mathematics to calculate values. You can use the GUI, the graphical user interface, with event widgets. You can make them 3 lines long. You can make them 500 lines long and even longer. As you make more complex events, you learn the rest of the modding, basically.
Yeah, for me, it was character interactions. I started looking at the character interactions and what they did. And then I started looking through all the debug code and what they were doing. And then that led me to find out like all the effects that were written. Because when I first started, it was very... I didn't even know the wiki existed for a very long time. So the only stuff that I had was just parsing through all the code and seeing what it does and following it from one location to the other and then connecting the dots. And then the wiki has a lot of interesting stuff for the effects and the scopes and the different stuff like that. But so yeah, a lot of that stuff was just that. Like I started modding by just problem solving. I found out what Discord was like a couple of months after into modding, and then I went on the CK3 and then I just started to solve people's problems in there, and that's how I met Uber and introduced me into the modding community as a whole. Just going in there and trying to solve problems because I thought it was fun. Someone said, "How would you do this?" And I would just look through the code and be like, "Let me see how I would do this." But to me, that was fun, and so that's why I did. I did it because it was fun. So like looking through the code for sure is the best thing. But yeah, I started with character interactions.
I would agree that an event is probably the thing that teaches you the most, but a decision is easier to get into, and if you want to just see your effect. Because a lot of people who come, especially from CK2, think that just defining the event makes the event happen. But an event has to be fired from somewhere. And that's not something that's immediately obvious if you're coming from a modding community that automatically just picks up on all events and just fires them at random.
Cool. Hey, so Kaiser, do you have any more advice?
Yeah. Well, one is one advice that I wanted to give, and it turns out that this is funny. I mean, it's probably just another way I am a solo mother. I was going to tell people that they should collaborate more, but it seems everybody here already does that, except for me.
Hey, you promised you're going to make me some bronze boobs or something.
Yeah, okay, to give a little context, it was about onion-shaped castle pillars, castle roofs. Okay, I just wanted to give the context.
Yeah, a character in the books describes them as whatever architect constructed this must have been real lonely, because they look like a bunch of breasts.
Yeah, but yeah, basically, okay, open offer to anyone who's listening. If you have a good sense of English grammar, which I don't, and you want to read over all of my events that are pretty terrible, I will make you an interface because I know how to make interfaces now. It's an open offer to anyone. I do have one other advice, which I think somebody else was also going to give, is to use a version control system. One thing they do not teach you in the university course for software development, and they also don't teach you on most modding places, is to use Git. Because, I mean, to be fair, Git is something you have to experience for yourself to really understand it. Or not understand it and use it anyway. But yeah, use a version control system to keep your mod as a backup of both the most recent version of your mod and any other old version of your mod, in case whatever you're working on now is irrevocably broken.
And
you can just reset it.
Git and WinMerge or some other three-way comparison tool. A lot of comparison tools only work between two files. That's not necessarily what you want when a new patch comes out. You want to be able to filter to the files that are different between your mod, the old version of vanilla, and the new version of vanilla. Because those are the only files that you actually need to update. So learn how to use WinMerge, which has three-way compare. And Git has a high learning curve, but it's going to be worth it. Maybe don't start with that, but once your project is off the ground and you have a minimal viable product, you might want to start learning how to use Git. It's worth it. Down the line, you'll thank yourself. It's just one of the many tools that you have to learn if you want to make stuff. And remember to use a good text editor. I recommend Visual Studio Code. It has lots of shortcuts and tricks that will help you out. Notepad++ will do in a pinch if you're a scrub. But I recommend Visual Studio Code. It's super useful.
Yeah, you said if you're a scrub. In dark mode too. Don't post anything in regular white mode, okay? Because you'll get laughed at on the internet. I'm just kidding.
We all know that light attracts bugs.
All right. Last, Cyber, do you have anything?
Yeah, so to kind of just go off what everyone was saying, even though you're a solo modder, that doesn't mean you can't collaborate. For me, I've had some pretty great collaborations. even just over the past year. Give a shout out to Africa Plus mod. Black Emperor, the guy behind that, was really great. We had some really great time kind of bouncing ideas off each other, and he's a really nice and knowledgeable guy. He really helped me kind of figure out some of my content, and I also collaborated with The Fallen Eagle, and they somehow managed to lure me into team modding again. So it was pretty fun, working together with them. And I still, but I'm still solo modding, and and in a way, the nice thing with solo modding is you can still work with other people, but you can do it on your own terms. Whereas on growing your team, you're kind of stuck with your team. Hopefully they're cool people, but you're kind of stuck with them whether you like them or not. Whereas a solo modder, you can kind of choose who you work with. Especially, as was talked about earlier, as a solo modder, you might not have all the skills to do everything in modding. And this might even extend to kind of the meta side modding, like for instance, like community engagement, dealing with the people who play with your mods, or making videos for your mods, like for ModCon. You might not really have the skills to do that stuff. So sometimes you might need a little help. Like for me with my video for Rice that I'm doing for ModCon, I asked George Hammond he's a music composer who's involved in the community and a lot of mods. I asked him to help me compose some music. He's good at that stuff. That saves me a lot of time trying to hack together some music myself, or searching for hours to find legally free music. That was really nice. So as a solo modder, again, don't be afraid to collaborate and reach out to other people. Ask our modders, hey, do you want to kind of help me a bit with this, or or do you want me to help you with this? Then so and it's kind of like networking too in a way. It's always nice to know some people who could be good friends, good collaborators with your mod work in the future. And besides that, the other advice I want to give is that this is true for both solo and team modding. Modding is a hobby; it's not a job. So if you feel like you need to step back, don't be ashamed to do that. Real life comes first, no matter whether it's your health or your personal relationships with real people. If you happen to somehow have that, or school or work, if those things get things get too busy, there's no shame in stepping out. And and also another thing too, I always tell people is kind of, if you do want to get into modding seriously, especially as a solo modder, you kind of have to think long term. About what you can do and what you can't do as a modder. It's like life always throws a plot twist at you. So if things suddenly get really busy in your life, you might not be able to mod anymore. So kind of think consider that possibility if you're doing long term. If you're trying to do modding long term, that okay, maybe like a year from now I might be really busy with something. I might not be able to maintain or work on my mods as much, but will I still maybe be able to maintain them? Or could I design my mods in such a way that if I'm really busy in the future, could I still at least quickly update it to the new patch and then just forget about it and focus on real life? That's something I always try to do with my mods. Some people in the community know that I'm very, very obsessive with not touching any vanilla code with my mods, and part of that is because doing that makes it so much easier for me to update my mods when the vanilla patch rolls around. So if like 2 years from now I don't really care about Crusader Kings modding anymore, I can still update my mods to so that people can still enjoy them, and then after those 2-3 days I do that, I can just forget about the mod. So it's kind of weird to think about modding in such a meta and long-term sense. If you're serious about modding, whether as a solo modder or a team modder, make sure you know where modding fits in your real life, basically, is what I'm saying. Because modding is not all there is to life, whether you like it or not. There's still other things you have to worry about, and don't ever let modding become a real burden on you as a person.
That's some great advice there. Ottawa, you got anything before we go off?
No, not much to add on my end. Thanks, though.
I would just, in the context of the last thing you said, that learning the shortcuts is extra important as a modder. Because, for instance, some people really don't like what's called injector jank in the modding community because they think it is a hack and looks ugly. But ultimately, that's gonna using injector jank for say traits, and then Paradox comes and adds a new trait that you suddenly have to take care of in your code wherever you want to, I don't know, copy a trait or something. You can cut down on the maintenance work you need to do from like maybe an hour of work to just one line by learning the shortcuts that let you save on dependencies. So definitely spend some time learning the shortcuts and the hacks. Ask yourself, is there a better way? Maybe you should ask if there is a better way, and someone might be able to tell you.
To understand the need for the hack, I think you should do the burdensome way at least once, so you know what your what work you're skipping.
Yeah, that's fair, because it can be hard to motivate unless you've felt the pain of having to update something you didn't think you'd have to update, but you did.
Yeah.
All right. Cool. So we'll wrap it up here. This is a great talk, a lot of informative stuff. I know it was kind of a pain to get everybody together at one time, but we did it, and thanks everybody for coming out.
Yeah, and thank you for everyone who's here, both the modders in the panel and anyone who's will be watching this when this shows up on ModCon.
And shout out to all the solo modders out there that aren't here, but you're still representing us. Glad you've been sticking around. Inside joke.
Okay.
All right, guys. All right, that's it from the team of One Modding. Over to you.
Alright, so I was just about to say thank you for them, but, there was a dab at the end, so, can we really thank them for that? No, I'm joking, that was absolutely fantastic the whole way through. Of course, it's that knowledge you just can't get anywhere else. They've been through it. They know, they've experienced it, so there's loads of pros, loads of cons. So yeah, massive thank you to all of those guys. Like I know Castok said at one point, he made a fishing mod, he didn't think anyone was going to play it. And if I remember correctly, that was like at the front page of Steam for a while. Like, I think it just blew people away. So, if you want to make a mod and you're like, well, people might not want to play it, there'll always be people who want to play whatever mod you make. As long as you enjoy it, I'm sure other people will as well. Dabbing like the youths of today, yes. And pretty soon, actually, in about 2 minutes, I mistimed that, so that ran on a little bit longer than I thought. We're going to have Kaiser Harmon here, and he's going to walk us through what the guys have been doing for the mod jam this year. Of course, the theme was witches and alchemists, so it's a bunch of different modders doing their own thing, doing what they're good at. And hopefully, when Laith has a day 3 tomorrow, he'll be able to play what they've been making. So for today, we're going to have a little update. He's going to come on the call, show you guys what they've been up to. And then after that, as you can see on screen, we're going to follow with the Roman Hour. Which, of course, that's a bunch of mods just about Rome. It says hour because it sounds cooler than the Roman 40 minutes, but, that's all good. And during that, Abby donated another $5, so thank you for that. And there was also Danny with another $5 as well. So yeah, up over 2.3k now as well, which is fantastic. Best hour. Yeah, so Roman Hour is going to be fantastic, so you don't want to miss that. Game of Thrones will be in the main event. So that's starting at 8:45 UK time BST. So you'll have to use Google, convert that. I don't know what that is. But yes, El Tyrannos in the chat. I hope I'm not mispronouncing that. If you guys look on his channel, he's been streaming like yesterday for I think it was 9 hours. He's been live today for hours making insane like assets. I hope that's the right word. Because obviously he's a part of or makes the community flavor pack. So, super talented and that sort of stuff. So if you want to see how he does it live, there we are. Link right in the description there. So if you want to see that live. Now I'm going to ring Kaiser Harm. Let's hope he picks up and ready to show us some of the amazing stuff that these guys have been doing.
Hello.
Are you right?
Yes. I'm a bit nervous.
Yeah, I get you.
I'm going live on anything.
Honestly, I was the same when I first started today. I was like, oh my god, this is scary. But you get into it, honestly. It's in about a minute, you'll be doing good.
Okay. So, yeah, I've got some things I want to show off that we have been making together for the past, in my case, for the past 48 hours, but, or no, not 48, slightly less. We have one Australian member of the team who is able to spend more time because his Friday starts sooner.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a day already, and I've been seeing in the chat the amount of work you guys have been putting in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but yes, I can show off a bit about the mod. So the theme was witches and alchemists, and it was a bit of a compromise, really, because we were trying to sort out a couple, some time ahead of time, what we were going to make a jam mod about, altogether 12 people. And some people wanted a fantasy theme, some people wanted a history theme. So we ended up going for historical fantasy, so contemporary depictions of magic and alchemy.
But yeah, that's like a perfect mix in it. Got a compromise. That's I mean, I love fantasy as well, but you know, I know some people obviously, yeah, probably like the modder. Some people just love history, don't they? And then some other guys just absolutely love fantasy.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So basically, the compromise is how the people from the Middle Ages saw various parts of the supernatural. And so I can show off a couple of things that we've been making. I cannot load up the game and show everything because we have not merged everything together. And I think as it goes with modding, for some of us, maybe the game doesn't even start up because we are in the middle of rewriting some interesting parts.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I think everyone would love to see what you guys have been up to so far.
Yeah, so if it is right, you can now see a screenshot of this is, if I pronounce it correctly, Jabir Ian Hayyan. I'm sorry, I'm not from, I don't speak Arabian, Arabic. So he was an actual alchemist from the 9th century in the Abbasid Empire. He's a historical character. He was what was interesting about him is this is in the golden age of Islam. Basically, after when Europe went through a dark age, a lot of writing, a lot of text, Greek text got lost. And people like him translated text from ancient Greek to Arabic, and in his case actually applied the theory. So the Greeks invented alchemy, depending on who you ask. They invented, okay, some minerals, some metals have certain inert properties, and those can be used. But the Greeks were all about philosophy, all about holy numbers, all about they were more thinking. Jabir is one who actually took all those philosophical treatises and made experiments about them. He invented a lot of chemical procedures, a lot of instruments, and basically he took the mythical knowledge and made science out of it.
Fantastic. Yes, that's like more the historical stuff you were talking about. Obviously, some people are loving that kind of stuff, and they like that more based in reality kind of guy.
Yeah, based on reality, but in reality, in the true reality, he died a little bit before the 867 start date. So basically, we took a small liberty, and as you can see, he is now an immortal.
You know what? Witches and alchemists. You know what? I think it goes. You know, I think it works.
Of course, I mean, he was looking for eternal life. What if he had found it?
Here we are. Exactly. That's a good way to put it.
Yeah. So Jabir Ibn Hayyan is one of the main focus characters of our mod, of our Witch and Alchemist. He is playable, and he has access to the alchemy system that everybody has access to, but he also has a couple special events, a couple special decisions, and this is what our modder Cybrix Khan has been working on.
Fantastic, yeah. Looks great. I think everyone can't wait to play that.
Yeah, so he's a special trait, and sorry. And here's a decision. He can research the various sciences that he has known over his very long lifetime. get helpful modifiers, and eventually he's also going to be able to teach other people some recipes from alchemy.
Awesome. Yeah, I think it's crazy to see how much progress you guys have made, in just one day. It's just
Yeah.
been just over a day and a half now-ish, yeah, right?
Yeah, a day and a half. So another part I can show off is the work of Matt the Lego man. He has been making our Coven cord. So you have different cord types. You have an intrigue cord, a martial cord. What if you have a witch cord? This is not an in-game. This is basically the concept art from which he started working, which is AI generated, which everybody uses nowadays.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't know for a second if he made that in like the day and a half. I was gonna say, that's insane. But yeah.
I do think what he did make is insane.
Oh yeah,
because,
I know. Use them AI things. You type something and you gotta get something different. You gotta be so precise for them.
yeah. I mean, you can. I can show you what he has been making. So this is the same program he showed off earlier today for making his map, Quad Spinner Gaia. That's how he used what he used to make the ground texture for the forest court, for the Coven court. I will not pretend that I understand what all of these nodes do, but that man is very good with it.
Yeah, we've seen earlier, didn't we? He's great.
Yeah, this is what he has been making today. This is an in-game render, so this is not like a Blender program or whatever this is. Actually, what it looks like in the game, in the current version of the mod. So
that is insane. Was that like like a back? Is that like sort of like a character background sort of thing, like you see if you go in like full screen barbershop? Is it that kind of?
No, it is not flat. I mean, I'm showing a screenshot because I can load up the game, but it is 3D. This is the courtroom. And basically here in the back is where the thrones is going to be. A couple artifacts are going to be there. It's not going to be as capable as a regular court because it is a bit more cramped. It is a force. You cannot take all your nice artifacts with you.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be like a background. I can't believe that's actually like 3D and it's going to be the courtroom. I actually can't wait to see that in action. Hopefully tomorrow. Right?
Yes. I mean, I have no doubt. The man is also very talented.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, but that is what Matt made, and then I can show off this guy. Some call him Tim, but others call him the Evil Wizard. We have El Tyrannos, who has been working, I think, the hardest of any of us. He has been making all kinds of 3D assets. He has been making, in this case, basically the dark wizard type. You can also see he has a certain special artifacts, which some of you may recognize.
Assassin's Creed, is that what? It looks like that from me. It looks like, I know it's a real thing, but that's where I recognize it from. Like, I know.
Okay, I cannot see the chat right now because I thought it might cause an audio feedback, but I think some may have recognized him from Monty Python and the Holy Grail.
Yeah, some people call that.
Yeah, so he has taken a bit more on the fantasy side, but of course none of these things are actually fake. Basically, this artifact is also just based on I think it's called a Realms apple or something. It is basically what people had for Regalia, except in this case it explodes.
Oh.
Yeah, so he has been making the head, he's been making the Holy Handgrade, a cauldron.
Yeah, I think he showed making the cauldron a bit yesterday, I'm pretty sure. Not on his stream, he was going through that.
Yeah, he was making a cauldron yesterday. Today he made the horned hat. And so the cauldron is also going to be used in the alchemy interface. So that's going to be functional. And then we have a couple more. This guy might also be recognizable.
I was going to say Gandalf something, but I'll probably get it wrong again. So
No, it is right.
Okay. Okay, I got one right. Okay, so I'll take that.
Yeah. Okay. So basically, aesthetically, he is the good wizard. He is less of a dark figure, except he is holding a potion of what might look like blood, but it doesn't matter. Really, it is the potion of eternal life, and if it happens to contain blood, well, what are you gonna do?
Yeah, it's just I'm blown away by how much you guys have done in just over a day, like already.
Yeah. So here's the two guys in full glory. And yes, I wanted to note I have linked the stream earlier. El Tyrannos has been working at it. I mean, for 9 hours yesterday, I think for 10 hours, 11 hours today. And the difference, I also work for quite a few hours, but I take breaks. He doesn't take
Yeah, I
breaks.
know,
He's a machine.
I think I looked this morning and his stream yesterday was 9 hours and 15 minutes in total. I don't know how long he's been going for today, but he was like, he started way before ModCon even started. I seen it kept popping up. So
Yeah.
just the amount of work he's putting as well, making all the assets. Is that the right word? Would you?
Yes.
Yeah.
These are the assets. So these will be variable. These are variable clothing in the game. And in case of the call, it will be used in the interface. Basically, anybody who is playing cannot just act like a wizard, but can also dress up like a wizard.
Awesome. Yeah. I can't wait to actually go.
Yeah. Okay. Or maybe I skipped too soon, but this is the next part. This is not in-game, this is actually my part. I've been working on an interface for the alchemy laboratory. And in this case, this is basically just me showing how I go about doing it. I start with the design and make it an Inkscape. I used just some images from from the internet as examples. So the goal is, it is a simple interface, but quite powerful. You start with ingredients, you pick a treatment, something to do with those, and you get an outcome. And that is going to be an artifact. And
wow, that's actually quite a smart idea. It's a good way to, more ways to get artifacts is never, a bad thing. Making your own, I'm
yeah,
sure.
of course.
Yeah, I actually can't wait to get my hands on this, and I'm sure everyone in the chat feels the same, hopefully, because I can't wait to tune in tomorrow anyway and see, hopefully, the mod on live stream.
Yeah, so I can show a couple more stages from how I actually started making this in game. This is just the early, you start with just a simple screen with one button, and in this case a camera, but it's a bit broken. So sometimes I figure out new ways to break the game, and it's always fun. This is another example here. I'm a bit farther. I've got the different guy in the middle, I suppose, and I've got the treatment drop down. The drop down, by the way, took me about as much time as I think Eldrana spent on the cauldron, but the cauldron looks more impressive, so it is not really effort that goes rewarded for yourself. So
Yeah.
I just wanted to note it down. Sometimes interface can be really hard.
Oh yeah, I don't doubt it, to be honest with you.
Yeah, this is also, it can be fun to do. So in this case, I've got here the alchemy screen, and I didn't have ingredients yet, so I thought, okay, I will show provinces, so now you can use land as ingredients until I added actual ingredients.
Yeah, I was just about to ask about that. I was going to say, how does that work then? But yeah, that makes more sense.
Yeah, it's pretty funny. I mean, for a while I didn't have treatment options, so I just used characters. So basically you could Jeffrey your characters, because Jeffrey was a character in the court, so he was how you treat some people. And I think Jeffrey will also be an ingredient sometime. I do want to implement, if possible. I mean, it's going to be alchemic ingredients, so like lead, gold, but also mythical ingredients. So water from a sacred spring in a forest and island. But why not also your firstborn child?
You know, that's actually a smart way to sort that inheritance out.
Yeah, that's one way.
Just, use them as ingredients.
Yeah. So as the final thing, I did manage to load up my game, so I can show just how far I've gone basically now. I've got 4 ingredients, and I'm able to select them. So this is all the mechanical stuff. I can select treatment, and I can click the button, but nothing happens because I haven't implemented the part yet.
Yeah.
But this is
Yeah,
how far I got in 2 days.
But that's fantastic. I mean, you still got, a full day left now? I think you're quite towards the end-ish of live streams. So you got some time, which I think is good. But yeah, I think...
Yeah.
You've gone, sorry.
The main work is done.
Yeah, I mean, I can see, everything you've shown us so far today has been absolutely amazing. And, yeah, I actually can't wait to see it tomorrow. So I'm going to definitely be tuning in, make sure I can see that. And hopefully, will it be posted to the Steam Workshop, after? With that?
Yes.
Here we are.
After, we're going to combine our efforts and basically merge everything together, all the mechanics, all the flavor, all the assets, and it will be one mod.
Oh, fantastic. Yeah, so I'll definitely be getting rid of my firstborns some new ways. That's for sure.
And gain eternal life.
Yeah, you gotta do what you gotta do.
Yeah.
But yeah, is that everything, is it?
Yeah, that's everything I've got to show for today. A lot of us are working hard, and they just haven't got anything they can show yet.
Oh yeah, that makes perfect sense. But yeah, thank you so much for coming on, honestly. You were fantastic to have on and show everything.
Oh, great. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. I'll speak to you later. Bye.
Goodbye.
Right, so that was the ModCon update. And you know what? I'm not going to lie. I'm completely blown away by what these guys have done in what, like a day and a half? I think they started when ModCon started yesterday. So, you know, see all their assets. Let me just do this as well, because we did briefly mention it. But El Tyrannos has been absolutely grinding on stream, making assets. He's been live for over 10 hours so far today. So that is this. So if you want to see how he does it in real time, chat with him. There's the link for that. Because you know what? I think it deserves some respect. That is insane commitment. It's Rome time. Yes, it is officially Rome time. You know what? That ended in the perfect amount of time. So again, massive thank you to him. Oh, we had a 400 SEK donation from Tobson. Tobson? Right, I'm going to say Tobson. But thank you so much for that. Very much appreciated. Of course, going straight to save the children. So yes, it is Rome time. I know, so for Rome time, best hour, yeah. So, the first 3 mods we're going to show. It's 36 snap. Oh, well, thank you very much. Yeah, conversions I don't work for me. But yeah, of course, thank you very much. Yeah, we're going to start out the Rome hour with Imperatrix. So if you don't know, it's a Imperator Rome mod. We have got 3 of them today. I gotta say, all the trailers are fantastic. I've never played Imperator Rome before, but I've seen these videos, I've seen their scripts while they were working hard on them. I went and bought the game. I still haven't played it because I've been trying to prepare for ModCon, but I know for a fact, as soon as ModCon's over, I'm going to be jumping into Imperator Rome with some of these mods. So you know what? I'm not going to drag it on any longer. Without further ado, we have Imperatrix. Wow, isn't that just absolutely insane? I've seen the chat going nuts. How beautiful did that look? Like, that mod was absolutely stunning. Like, there's no other way to put it. There we are. George Hammond said it as well. This is stunning. Yeah, that was in Imperator Rome. If any of you don't know, I know this is CK3 ModCon, but we have 2 more mods as well coming up right now that are also in Imperator Rome. Yeah, wow. I mean, you gotta give it props. Obviously, it's hard for me to speak exactly on Imperator Rome because, you know, I haven't played it, but like I told you just before this, I seen these 3 videos, I went out and I got Imperator Rome just because convinced me. And you know what? I'm sure it's convinced some of you as well. Because that, yeah, there's more people confused. Yeah, that was completely in Imperator Rome. That was Imperatrix. One insane amount of work. Yeah, props up to them. Yeah, you know, it's definitely worth picking up Imperator Rome if you want to get into that. That is, of course, one of 3 Imperator Rome mods we're going to have coming up now. So, obviously, there's only little I can say on them, other than just how absolutely gorgeous that was. Get Imperator, yes. No, just go and play that. How insane. But next up, we have Invictus. Another absolutely huge mod for Imperator Rome. So, you know what? Without dragging it on, let's jump in to Invictus.
Imperator Rome. If you're one of the players that were disappointed by launch, gave up on the game, and never looked back, forget everything you think you know. For those of you desiring population mechanics, trade, characters to interact with, armies to control, and territories to rule, Imperator Rome is the paradox game that can satisfy your lust. Unlike CK3, here you can habit to the spirit of your nation, all aspects of the economy, its people, their lands, their ambitions, and their battle are all yours to manipulate. Appoint far-flung governors, administer your senate chambers, and condemn the traitors in your kingdom to a brutal death in the arena. But do it quickly, lest they rise up and take the throne from you. The year is 304 BC. Alexander the Great's dream of a world-spanning empire failed 30 years ago, and now the Diadachi, his successors, fight from amongst themselves to control the scraps and reclaim the glory of the long-lost Argead throne. In India, Chandragupta is bolstering the Mauryan Empire, a rich nation controlling much of the northern half of the subcontinent. He envisions a united Bharat, but his hopes hang on to the strength and virility of his own successors, lest his legacy be stamped out in similarly brutal warfare waged by his competing banners. Rome itself is rising, growing from the small, quiet town of the Seven Hills into an aggressive republic. Soon they will dip their toes into the Punic-tainted waters, watching the Carthaginian ships with their many rows of oars slicing through the waves. History is yours to make, for Imperator Rome is no longer an empty game. Marry your royal family to collect bloodlines as obsessively as you would collect Pokemon. Manage your army composition and decide whether you can afford a professional legionary army similar to CK3's men-at-arms, or instead rely on the cultural composition of your levies. In feeding these hungry soldiers and increasing your levy size, a rich countryside will provide far more soldiers than the deserts of Fazan. Use your wit to make the land work to your advantage. Build the armies of Imperator as you want them, and watch them entangle the distinctions of the battlefield. If you do decide to march your vast hordes into the Egyptian desert, watch your food supply and the province's supply capacity closely, lest your army starve to death like those of the Cambrises. When Imperatrix had announced that Imperator had entered legacy status, many were discouraged and they condemned the title to an antique shelf where it could collect dust for an eternity. We were different. We anticipated this all, and we would not give up. But the modding community was reinvigorated, re-energized, seeing this as an opportunity to work on the game that wouldn't consistently break mods with monthly updates. We had free reign. Thus, Imperator Invictus was born, a project given infancy in the mod co-op, meant to combine all existing mods of exceptional quality and continue the development of the title as Paradox developers would have intended. But the mod has a core tenet to be Vanilla Plus. Keeping the original feel of the game, we have added hours of content around the world, historical rivers, the lakes, additional extensions to the playable areas into the deserts of Fazan, or the Moroccan highlands, or the highlands of Ethiopia, or the Cape of East Africa, or the Scythian North, and the Himalayan plateaus. From over 120 heritages, from summarizing the legacy of a nation to the 56 new mission trees guiding you to achieve historical or plausible conquests, military and political reform, we took care to make the whole map more playable. Cyrenica, a satellite state of the Ptolemies, can finally overthrow its masters and spread out in order to rectify past wrongs inflicted upon her by the Greeks, wielded their silphium-growing lands to forge a thalassocracy. But the Germanics, near the Baltic Sea, now have a purpose to form confederations which can lead to the glory of the Frankish kingdom or the migrating Saxons and Angles who would find their own destiny in Britannia. The Tamil kings, long overshadowed by Maurya, are now able to plot southern dominance and achieve naval and trade superiority and challenge the north for control over all India. So much content exists now that it is hard to remember what the original game was like for those of us who have never looked back. For those who have chosen Invictus as their new base game, it is hard to think about going to an experience without the new seasonal food mechanics, cultural innovations, map expansions, new faiths, new treasures, new deities, and thousands of lines of localization that this mod has added. Observe the invasions of the Galatian Celts into Greece and Anatolia as they carve out their new domain. Be witness to the collapse of Maurya after godlike Ashoka's death. Civil wars and breakaway states abound. Flee in fear as the hordes of semi-nomadic Parthia cannibalize the sickening Seleucid Empire. Watch these fascinating mechanics unfold on a new map dotted with new wonders such as the Great Kothenon of Carthage or the Ziggurat of Ur, featuring unique 3D models and wonder-specific character backgrounds. Much art has been added to beautify your experience while playing the game, from mission titles to event banners to war tent themes. Be a true ruler, a visionary, and make over 100 decisions ranging from expanding your valuable trade goods to formidable nations, uniting the Argead Empire, reforging the Empire of the Persians, unifying the continent of Barat, or casting away the outsiders, and unifying the mighty Gaul are all achievements you can accomplish now.
So there we have it. That was the fantastic Invictus. So what do you all think? I think that's great that, you know, Imperator's probably not going to get updated again by Paradox as far as we all know, right? You know, these guys, well, all three of these mods, you know, are keeping the game updated with new features. You know, who can't appreciate that? Yeah, I think that is fantastic from them. And I seen you all guys, you all talking about his voice as well. And you know what? I don't blame you. What a fantastic accent, right? Great mod too. Yeah, I mean, I've seen it a while ago. I was looking up Imperator Rome stuff and people say Invictus, Invictus, Invictus. So there we are. Now for today, there is one more Imperator Rome mod. And that is a broken world. Now I hope you're all as hyped as I am. Yeah, I'll definitely be playing these mods soon. As like I said earlier, they absolutely 100% convinced me to go out and buy the game, even though I've never played it. The modders are the lifeblood of most communities. I love it. Yeah, exactly. I couldn't have said that better myself. I mean, especially Imperator now with, you know, the update situation. Just fair enough. I get it, but yeah. So you know what? Oh, I was going to go on, but Castox just donated $50. So yeah, a massive thank you to Castox. It's absolutely insane. If you remember Castox yesterday with the Tavern of Sin mod. Insane stuff. But yeah, massive thank you to him. We're up to $2.4 thousand now, which is just unbelievable. The CK3 community is unmatched. You guys are doing insane. But yeah, without further ado, let's get in to Imperator roams a broken world.
Welcome to A Broken World, an Imperator Rome total conversion set on April 13th, 1204 AD, the day Constantinople was sacked by the Crusaders. This century is filled with other important events such as the Mongolian invasions, a crucial moment in the Reconquista, the signing of the Magna Carta, the resettlement of the Teutonic Order in Prussia, and the Last Crusades. The medieval warm period also ends here, preceding the Great Famines and the Black Death of the early 14th century. This is why we chose this date, but what is the current state of the mod? Hi, I'm the founder of A Broken World. Before the final part, I want to show you two features that didn't make the cut in the previous video. First, the statistical events. We have 4 events accompanied by a bar plot that will show you interesting stats like population in your cities, in your country, economy size, or total land area. If you wish, you can deactivate them. So let me show you how. The other feature is travel time to capital, which is very similar to Mayu and taxes. In fact, many planned and current features are inspired in Victoria 2, CK2 and this mod. Many of these ideas are total system overhauls of the economy, technology, population, etc. I'll be showing the list on the screen. So, A Broken World is still far from finished, but you can already play it. I also invite you to become part of the team, since we need all help and feedback we can get. More information is in our Discord or the Steam Workshop page. And to close this video, I just want to say thank you for attending this ModCon, and I hope to see you around.
So there we have it. That was Imperator's Rome, A Broken World. And just wow again. I think all three of these mods, and I think it maybe says something for Imperator Rome as well, were just absolutely gorgeous. Like, there's no two ways about it. I think, of course, now with Imperator not getting updated, these guys got the freedom to not worry about, like, you know, a big update coming along and, like, making their systems obsolete or whatever else. So these guys can just go ham, do what they want. Yeah, there we are. Snow just said it perfectly. Go try out Imperator, for sure. I think once the stream ends now, I'll have some time tomorrow. I'm not stressing about getting this sorted out. I will definitely be trying all three of the, oh well, Invictus, I think all of them out. But, you know, I'll be learning Imperator and I will be using these mods. Everyone, yes, there are. And a guy just said in the chat, everybody give this video a like. Yes, sorry about bumping the mic, but yeah, for sure. Let's help reach more people. We've already raised over $2,400 for Save the Children. Yeah, you know, already in just, what, a day and a half, there's still late stream tomorrow on the Social Streamers channel as well. For that, we are running a little bit behind, actually, which I'm quite surprised about. Because, hopefully, soon we'll have the Godherja live panel for like about 45 minutes. They'll be discussing some stuff. You'll see some cool footage of the mod. Yeah, they were all Imperator Rome mods. Now, I know obviously some of you are also here for just CK3. And next up, do you know what we have? We have the Rising Eagle. I must say, from what I've seen of this mod, wow. It's kind of bringing that Imperator sort of feeling into CK3. So I think it's a nice way to move on from the mods we just seen. Now, I spoke a lot with Boss Monk, the lead developer, getting this ready. And there's a few things, right? They're working with the Fallen Eagle and ethnicities and portraits expanded. So, you know, hopefully you should get some cool models from EPE. And one thing which definitely piqued my interest that he mentions that may hopefully happen is the Rising Eagle to the Fallen Eagle game converter. But we'll have to see. You know, maybe one day. And the footage you're going to see, this mod has only been in development for about 6 months. So it's not been ages, and they have built a pretty insane mod already. Now, yeah. They also, because it's still heavy in development, they do have a Discord server as well, if you want to check that out. They'll post their dev diaries and everything like that. And for this video, I'm going to apologize. There's been some cool voices doing the videos for these mods so far, right? And for this mod, look, you're stuck with my voice. I am the narrator for this video. So you know what? You get to hear even more of my awful voice. So I apologize in advance. But next up, we have the Rising Eagle. The Rising Eagle is a total conversion mod in development for Crusader Kings 3, set between the beginning of the Hellenic Ages to the beginning of the Roman Empire, and a community continuation, improvement and expansion of Paradox's Imperator Rome in Crusader Kings 3, with many nations you already know and love from Imperator returning. The Seleucid Empire, Egypt, Macedonia, and of course, the mighty Roman Republic. We imported many great features from Imperator and tried to improve and create something new with them. The most striking difference from vanilla CK3 that you will immediately see right after our gorgeous main screen menu is the world map. We have adapted and remastered the Imperator map into CK3. Currently, the map stretches from Britain to Persia, and you may be wondering why. As in Imperator, it's from Britain to India. The main reason behind that is that we are currently working on moving in a whole other direction. So instead of going north, where we don't really have a lot of historical resources of the tribes living there and their technology, we thought that going east was a more logical idea. So you begin in 304 BC, which is our first bookmark, Ascension of Empires. In this bookmark, you have a choice of playing as one of the two contenders of the Mediterranean, the young Roman Republic, or the naval superpower of Carthage. Fight for dominance and influence over each other or make peace. Or in the east, play as one of the 5 Diadoches of the past empire of Alexander the Great, Egypt, Macedon, the Seleucid or Antigonid. Restore the once great empires or keep the status quo. History is all yours. Another big change you will immediately notice is the not so CK3 user interface. We tried many designs and to be honest with you, we are still not done creating new ones. But our current pre-alpha UI is inspired by the old UI of Imperator Rome. Our goal with this UI layout was to create an easier, better and friendlier version of the old one. So of course you can expect a complete GUI change, from loading screens to in-game elements. And with great GUI change comes great mechanics. We are working on a new system of governance for your mighty and also for your not so mighty ruler. Governorships can be given to members of your court or complete strangers to govern a part of your empire, depending on your country status. And a governorship is defined by kingdom or duchy tier titles. Now in the future, we are also planning to add 2 other exciting bookmarks. Crossing the Hellespont in 330 BC and the Punic Wars of 264 BC. But of course, there's more to come on that another time. So there we have it. That was the Rising Eagle. And doesn't it just look like a completely different game? Like, how insane is that? And yeah, I think it's been about 6 months. And they've made that already. I do want to clear something up. I was obviously saying I'm not a part of it at all. It was just like the script, and I narrated it. So yeah, it's nothing to do with me. Just any confusion there. I did just notice as well an error. The stream seems to only be going up to 720p and I have no idea why. I did a test stream last night and this didn't happen, so I can only massively apologize for that. I hope it's not too much of an issue. But yeah, I'm very sorry about that, how that's happened. But yeah, they've got to that in 6 months, so I have no idea when it's going to release. But yeah. Stay tuned for that. They'll have dev diaries coming out. And you know what? We are a little bit behind schedule. So we are going to move onto the Fallen Eagle. I think it's the perfect mod now to finish the Roman Hour. Because it's already released. It's a much loved mod. Like, I've played it a lot. And I know many of you guys have definitely played the Fallen Eagle time and time again. Because it's just so great, right? It's not just new start date. It's so detailed with, you know, new mechanics, full characters. Like, the whole thing is insane. So yes, they are up next. And you know what? I'm super excited to show you that, this words, hey, you know? But yeah, I am super excited to show you this. That's what I was trying to say. So you know what? Without further ado, let's get in to the Fallen Eagle.
I've been expecting you. This land of yours has been fought for thousands of years, and to be governed, you have to know how everything led to this very important point in history. In my early years of trading, I've been as far east as Tibetum, and as far south as the Christian kingdom of Axum. And I have seen how our world has changed in the past century, so please, sit down. We have much to discuss. Britannia has seen dark and turbulent times since Marcus the Usurper, shortly after Constantine III of his name became emperor alongside Honorius. The province of Britannia was abandoned by the empire. It was left to be fought over by the numerous Celtic tribes, the remaining Romans and Germanic peoples seizing the opportunity to migrate to fertile and lush lands. Just south of Britannia was the former province of Gallia, much of which is still held by one of the few remaining scions of the Western Roman Empire. Although Sergerius is still holding what his father bequeathed to him, the Franks look to his so-called domain of Novidunum and his land for conquest and settlement. Located south of Novidunum is the kingdom of the Visigoths, having migrated from Thrace to Illyricum and later on through the 7 provinces and into the former province of Hispania. The Goths have changed since the reign of Alaric. When Ulrich seated on a throne in Tolosa, his people must now work to secure their power and influence, lest it all be lost. In the former heart of Roman civilization lies what remains of the Eternal City. After Odoacer formed the Kingdom of Italia, the city of Rome lost its significance as a political centre. Instead, the honour was bestowed to the well-fortified city of Ravenna. Even now, the Italian kingdom must contend with many foes, most notably the lands in Illyria under Julius Nespos, the Burgundians, the Ostrogoths, and the Vandals. Odoacer may have bent the knee to the Eastern Roman Empire as its client king, but some men are impossible to contain once a crown is placed upon their head. If Odoacer breaks his ties with Constantinople, a new Germanic king will march into Italia to assume his place in Ravenna by the orders of the emperor. As for the Eastern Roman Empire, Zeno reasserted his position on the throne after defeating and exiling the usurper Basilicus. Possessing experience in the arts of war and diplomacy through both his background in fighting against the Huns and his negotiations with the Vandals. Despite the prosperity of the Roman Empire in the East, Zeno now finds himself at odds with the Imperial Senate and countless scheming nobles, not to mention that the Sassanids continuously threaten the empire's Syrian and Anatolian frontiers. But all does not bode well for the warriors of Ahura Mazda, with northeastern frontiers threatened by the burgeoning Heptatite Empire. Having overthrown the Cadaratites a decade prior, the Heptatalites now eye the territories ruled by the Alcon Huns and have sent an embassy to the Chinese court of the Northern Wei dynasty. With their secure position, the Heptatalites are capable of intervening in the affairs of Iran. Just east to the Indus River, the power of the Gupta Empire wanes, and the Indian subcontinent is ever closer to a period of division and internal fighting. If such a situation were to rise in the near future, the Hunnic migrators to the north, most notably the Alcon and Heptatite Huns, could use it to their advantage to expand southward. But I am getting ahead of myself, for we must look back to when the Roman world inched closer to its decline. No, not when Theodosius passed and bequeathed the 2 halves of the empire to his weak-willed sons. For just 3 decades before the Roman civilization divided into East and West. An effort was made to bring the empire back to its roots long before the rise of Christianity or the first cracks of decay had begun to show. Julian, a nephew of Constantine the Great, and a philosopher-emperor in the mold of Marcus Aurelius, had undergone quite a journey before ascending into the purple. Often through the death of the father in one of several purges under his cousin, Constantius II, Julian was spared and was allowed to pursue an education in the empire's eastern provinces, developing an affection and love for the philosophies and values of the Hellenistic and Roman worlds. Eventually, Julian was appointed Kaiser of the West and proved capable when he fought back the invading Franks, Alemanni, and Chamavi. After his victory, Constantius demanded Julian and his troops to reinforce the forces in Mesopotamia, but the troops promptly hailed Julian as their new emperor. The following civil war between the two cousins was short-lived though, first Constantius succumbed to illness before him and Julian could face each other with their armies on the battlefield. Julian became the new emperor in 361 AD, though he faced many obstacles due to his newfound affiliation with the empire's old pagan faith. Many began regarding him as an apostate for turning against the sign of the cross. And so Julian had begun his reign with an empire marred by religious conflict between the declining pagans and burgeoning Christians. Unfortunately, he died 2 years into his reign after leading a disastrous campaign against the Sassanid Empire. But one can only imagine what the Roman world could have been if Julian had had his way. And with that, I conclude with all the knowledge I can serve you. And I hope it did serve you well, Dominus.
Hello everyone, I'm Avi, and I'll be covering the new 476 Heirs of Rome bookmark, its accompanying update, and the 361 bookmark, which was revealed not long ago. Development on the Fallen Eagle began 2 years ago, and at that time, we saw drastic changes as the mod slowly matured and took form with an ever-expanding team. Although we focused more on the current 395 bookmark for much of the mod's lifetime, we also spent the time and effort developing 476 in the last year. We wanted to make sure whatever we release is done right and not half-baked. We tried our hardest to gather as much historical information about the regions as possible to deliver a historically accurate setting. This also contributed to the mod's shift towards more cultural and religious variety, which you'll see in both bookmarks. For example, Celtic rulers in Britannia now have their own faith that is separate from the one present in Gaul, while the areas bordering the Baltic Sea in the south have been reworked to show the Germanic presence prior to the Slavic migrations. Our research also gave us new ideas for flavor, which come in several forms through mechanics, events, decisions, and more. An example would be the new events concerning the deteriorating relationship between Odoacer and Zeno. Odoacer's Italia will start off as a client kingdom to the Eastern Roman Empire. However, that changes quickly as Odoacer proves to no longer be willing to bend the knee, forcing the Empire to request Italia's neighbors in the Ostrogoths and Arugi to invade and depose his treacherous client. That was just one example of the flavor we added to the Heirs of Rome update, which also includes the Frankish invasion of Soissons, border disputes between the Visigoths and the Franks, the Brittonic migrations to Hispania and Brittany, etc. 395 also won't be left out of the update, as we have added more content such as Marcus Hugh's Surpus rebellion against the Western Roman Empire and Radagaisus's invasion of Italia. The update also adds a missionary system, which we have already released in the form of a standalone mod back in August. The missionary system will let you spread your faith across the world, either leading to success or absolute failure. The missionary system is also tied to the Gregorian mission decision, which will call upon rulers from across Western Europe to help convert Britannia to Christianity. Speaking of Britannia, this update will also include all of the content that was previously planned for the Old North or Hen Ogledd update. This includes the Britannian struggle, as well as new flavor events for the Anglo-Saxons and Britons. The Anglo-Saxon culture will also now be able to be created in-game. The update won't leave out the addition of 3D models, as multiple models will be incorporated into the mod, including a Thracian helmet, a new variant of the late Roman helmet, and various Celtic warpaint meshes. This update is also finally reworking innovations to be more historical and flavorful. We are adding 2 new eras between Tribal, which is now called Iron Age, and Early Medieval. These 2 eras include numerous innovations such as Imperial Divinity and Administrative Efficiency, which will unlock the final Imperial Authority and Military Office Authority laws, respectively. This update also comes with a new system for the Roman estate holders. Most castles in the empires will now be estates, a new holding type to simulate pre-feudal land ownership. Estate holders will be able to rise into the position as a military officer and then potentially a vicar, a position that is chosen by the direct liege. Military offices are now only a lifelong term, with you returning as an estate holder when you die. Estate holders can also send family members to the imperial court in the hopes of joining the Senate and help raise your house from there. In regard to governments, Germanic tribes and independent Roman counts will get a new Latin administrative government which will slowly decay over time and convert your estates to castles and later on convert you to the feudal system of government. This decay only starts once your culture unlocks the feudalism innovation. Speaking of the Senate, there are now several new decisions available for the Senate, such as dismantling the Senate altogether and apotheosizing a previous emperor if you are in an imperial cult, which grants you modifiers depending on your relation to the emperor. The update will also add a Senate for the Eastern Roman Empire, which will allow the Eastern Roman Emperor and its vassals to get access to the mechanics and flavor just like the Western Roman Senate. Lastly, we are proud to unveil the 361 bookmark, which we have been developing alongside 476 for the past few months. We plan to release it sometime in early 2023, as soon as it is fleshed out with historical authenticity and enough content worthy of a bookmark focused on the ascension of Julian the Apostate as emperor of a still unified Roman Empire. And of course, the planned bookmarks of 532, 632, and 768 will begin to see a greater emphasis on development as soon as 361 and 476 are thoroughly fleshed out. This update has been in the works for several months, and we are excited to say that it has now been released on the Steam Workshop, with 361 following later on. If you're interested in future development updates, want to ask a question, or apply to join the team, feel free to join our Discord server with the link on the ModCon website. Thank you all for the support, and we hope you have fun with the new 476 bookmark and all the new content accompanying it.
So there we have it. At the end there. Sorry, wrong scene right there. But yes, you can now play 467 AD in the Fallen Eagle. Live right now. Like, it's out. You can go on the Steam Workshop and it is there, I hope. It should be. It should be out. But yeah, if you check it out, should be there. But you know what? I'm super hyped about myself. I've played the Fallen Eagle so much. Yeah, we now turn into a panel of expert judges. Yeah, there they are. But yeah, it's out, which is fantastic. So I know many people who wanted another start date in there because they got plans for quite a few. And you know what? If it's anywhere near as good as the current start date, the whole community's in for a treat. Because, you know, it's absolutely fantastic. Yeah, so, you know, love to know what you guys think. The start as well, George Hammond, I'm pretty sure it was, the narrator, with another fantastic voice. Yeah, someone just said that as well. You know what? I gotta be honest, in this ModCon today, the guy who's narrating them has had some fantastic voices, right? Which I think we can all agree on. Now, as you can see, we are 6 minutes behind schedule, but you know what? That's good. It's all good. It's better than being early, but yeah. It's time for the Godherja Q&A. So we're going to have them come on. I think they're going to do a little bit of talking about their mod. We should get some footage up, which I'm just setting up right now, actually. So sorry if the scene goes blank. Just literally 2 seconds, everyone. Here we are. So, Godherja footage. And yeah, we're going to jump into a call with those guys now. And they're going to do their thing. They're going to have hopefully give you some information. Wait, George did the voice, apparently. I think so. Yeah, this is Godherja footage, if you're wondering, guys, in the background right now. Yeah, we're just waiting for them. 2 seconds. Gaps look scary. Yeah, the whole map is insane, isn't it? Again, I can only apologize about the quality. I don't know what happened. I don't know why it's in 720p. Like, no idea what has happened there. The mod in the background is Godherja. I hope I'm saying that right. I've always struggled with that name, but Godherja, I think, is correct. Right, there we are. Gonna jump into a chat with them now, right? So I'll get rid of this music.
Into.
Oh, hey everyone, you alright?
All right.
Hello.
Hi. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, I just got that footage in the background as well. I just had to set it up. Yeah, that's all good to go.
No worries. Are we live?
Yeah, all good to go now. Sorry to just spring that on you.
All right, no problem. Hello, ModCon. Right, I guess I'll jump into it then. Thank you very much, Snap, for having us today.
My pleasure, honestly. Thanks for coming on.
Oh, of course. So, here's for our somehow even worsely planned panel. So this is going to be a quick sort of little chat about Godherja, how we develop the lore. Oh, by the way, of course, I am Lonely Knight lead developer. I think I mentioned it yesterday. One more time, I'll say, I saw some people were asking in chat. I used to go by the Pink Panzer, if you're familiar with me back then. I now go by Lonely Knight. So I'm the lead developer of Godherja. I am joined by, just to snap through it, I'll introduce them for them. Hap Chazard, the lead coder. Mayor, the lead writer. Snap Strategy, the lead filming this. Ultimate Victory, a senior generalist, and Thundershield, a senior coder. So,
hello all. Yeah.
There's Thunder. Yep. They'll all properly introduce as we go. I just really quickly just wanted to get our intro out of the way because I talk too much anyway, so I just burn it out right now. Hi everybody. So Godherja, the biggest thing that we wanted to talk about today, and one of the biggest things that I think is interesting about the mod, is that we sort of developed this mod with a very unique idea. When I first made the mod, some of you might be familiar with my last big mod, which was the New Order for Hearts Iron 4. So what I did back then is I did not like Hearts Iron 4, and hello chat. I did not like Hearts Iron 4. I wanted to do something different. I wanted to make something narrative. I wanted to make a story-based thing, very much more famously visual novel, as people call it. And then so when I started Godherja back in the beta, my thoughts were, okay, I want to try making a mod that fits with the game. Making TNO sucked because we had to fight everything. We had to constantly just be removing or completely redoing features. Half the vanilla features just did not work correctly anymore. But so when I made Godherja, I said, okay, I want to make something that just goes with it. I want to take all the vanilla stuff, and instead of removing it, I want to use it for our mod and build on top of it. And so we've sort of developed this entire theory about how we should do lore and how to do the mod in general. And we call that lore is future gameplay. The idea is basically we make all of our lore and we make everything in the mod, everything in the backstory, everything that we talk about in like game concepts and our artifact stuff. All of that is entirely built around the idea of whatever we write into the lore, we're writing with the idea that it's going to be a gameplay mechanic at some point. And by the way, guys, we're starting the actual panel now, so that's my intro, basically. Feel free to start talking.
Yeah, like just kind of to build off kind of that. It's just.
And this is you guys probably introduce yourself a few times before you start talking until we start getting really into it because they don't recognize your voice.
It's Ultimate Victory, senior generalist on.
Hi, Ultimate Victory.
You know, the key thing about like that lore is that our lore is like from the back end, not super like. It's not super intricate in the sense that like we don't have these like super detailed timelines of everything. We don't have like these exact clear like all like we know exactly in 343 this man was in charge of random county. Like our lore is much more like we have kind of vague concepts, but like half of our lore springs from just this one timeline that was made for bookmarks that's now just been like everything's just built off that.
Yeah, that was literally it was the Color of Magic patch. We were just talking about this actually. It was I think it was Hap, was that our first major patch?
Yes, it was. To introduce myself, I'm Charizard. I'm the lead coder, and yeah, Color of Magic. If you don't count some random hot fixes, yes, that was definitely our first major patch.
Because I know that was the first patch you were really working on with us for.
Yeah.
But yeah, so Color of Magic. I remember because it was Christmas-ish. It was like in that season, and I was sitting down and I found a file in the localization folder. Localization is where the game has like all the writing. And I just found a file in vanilla I didn't know existed called like start dates. And it all for some reason, it just had the biographies for every start date, but they're normally set in a different file. Like each bookmark has all of its like descriptions, and that's in a different file. For some reason, they were all repeated in this file. Turns out it was for the multiplayer UI, which I did not realize for like 2 years. But so I went, why is this here? What can I use it for? And I went, you know what? Screw it. I'm bored. It's nighttime. I don't feel like sleeping, because I never do. So let me just fill this out. I'm just going to write, the year is 1254. I'm going to write bookmarks back to 1IS. I'm just going to start filling this out. And that's basically where 90% of our lore started off. Oh, yeah, go on.
It was like initially just blurbs, and people like have no idea how much like current major facets of the lore were started out just as blurbs in that file. Like just to name a few examples, Adversaria having dragons early on in its history, that was from the Star Dates file. Cartharad, that was also from the Star Dates file, a blurb. Like I'd say,
when
80% of
Ojanika falling, the Liches, like when they appeared, everything about them, everything about the Liches really, like Vilis Venslaw and Silas Stravo for our fans, like they started in the same file. Before then, it was just the Liches are there.
Yeah, 80% of our lore just descends from these blurbs in the Stardate file, and that kind of ties into the whole thing that Ultimate initially mentioned. We develop lore, but we do not overdevelop it. We don't go into the annals of like every single ruler when exactly did they rule. We leave stuff open-ended if we don't have any immediate ideas like how to make this interesting either as a story point in the future or as something where we could make gameplay mechanics up.
Especially if it's stuff that like we just don't need. Like people all the time are like, oh, what is the airspeed rotations around the sea here? Like what is the exact biosphere? What type of grain is produced in this province? And we're normally like, we don't care. Like why when would that appear in game? What gameplay would that make? And the reason I really wanted to bring up the whole start dates file and why that sort of built the lore and why that's so cool to me is because all of the lore in fitting with everything I've said was entirely built through a start dates file. And why is that big? Because all of the lore was designed around the idea of them being bookmarks. I didn't write the lore saying like I want to make a complete timeline of this world. Part of it was I was like the devs kept asking like, okay, what year did this happen, or when did this happen, or what is an old empire? And so I was like, I wanted to get that out of the way. But at the same time, it was also like, if I'm going to develop all the backstory for the mod, and we have this idea that we only want to build the mod as a mod, like the reason Godherja hasn't had actual books come out or anything is because for a long time I didn't want to, because I felt that would sort of dilute the whole idea of it just being a mod. But the start dates file, all of the mod's backstory, all of the world of Godherja was entirely built with the idea of every 50 years basically needs to be this entirely separate thing that has its own interesting setup. It has its own big crisis going on. It has its own interesting events. So that whenever we add these bookmarks in every single one, they're entirely built around this central idea of some big crisis going on. That's why that's where so much of it comes from.
Yeah, and of course, this isn't even necessarily like every single bookmark will have some gigantic war going on. There'll be bookmarks in various regions of the world or in various sections where, oh, this is like the golden age of this empire. It's going to be fairly chill if you play there. But generally, like every bookmark is meant to have this like theme, this idea of like, this is what, and yeah, or someone just said in chat, yeah, the God-touched monster that wrecked Sauron. Yeah, the World Eater was written in the start dates file for the sake of appearing as a future bookmark where the player can then like start in that start date and kill the World Eater. And
yeah, and you'll have it running around like destroying provinces as it goes across Ceridon. And
the idea is not that okay, you have the World Eater in the the 2nd century, yes, and obviously that's going to be a star date. It's going to have its own interesting mechanics, but it's not just about like this specific instance of the World Eater, or to be more precise, not just this specific instance of like colossal monster like emerging from some ruin or whatever. Like the idea is that you could also like when we implement the mechanics for the world leader, we generally implement mechanics for stuff like the world leader. So when you like start in the 13th century, for example, it's also possible for you to like go into some ancient tomb and unleash something like the world leader.
Yeah,
So
we make all of our gameplay stuff to be reused. So like if we make something unique for like a bookmark in the year 800, a lot of that unique stuff we're probably going to be developing in a way that we could just reuse the features for 1254. So as we add bookmarks, they all build up with each other. But
Yeah.
we're also sort of getting off track of our Lore's gameplay thing.
Yeah, and like, or in theoretically, I feel like jumping in on like someone in chat said like Demoto was pretty bland at first, to Austin can't. So I'm like, and that's the example because like a lot of our areas start off fairly like basic conceptually. So we have like, we'll start out with like, we just kind of know, oh, there's this vaguely Adversaria started out as, oh, there's this vaguely kind of Greek-inspired empire with this blood purity shit that
You mean
like,
Rome, obviously?
no, don't even joke about that. But like, and
Adversaria's not
then
Rome.
eventually over time it all gets built out. Like, Demoda and I can talk about that forever because that's my little passion area of the mod. Like, it's the sort of thing where the lore just came from me going, well, we have this area that's kind of cut off from the rest of the world. What's going to be interesting going on there?
Oh,
What,
and
like,
before I forget to ask, I'm sorry, everybody. We're very much professionals. Snap, I forgot to set a timer. Can you just tell us when we hit like the halfway point so I can know to move us towards the Q&A?
Yeah, for sure. I'll let you know. No problem.
All right, thank you so much.
Similar as well to what you were saying, Bokar. I mean, Wardenism also sort of went the same way, where it was originally sort of a vague sketch, an outline of a religion, and I had a really great time like working to like put details in and actually try to figure out what sort of gameplay mechanics it could have working in with the with the mechanics of Crusader Kings 3. Just I didn't really even like rewrite any of it. I just sort of put details in and actually thought about adding in an actual history and a religious creed to it. So it was
and like,
just sort of a taking the rough sketch that we start with and adding color and life to it.
Wardenism especially is a great example of lore as gameplay because it's lore that was developed initially like to be gameplay. Like for the very start, most people weren't around that long ago, but in the very first like initial version, Wardenism did not have the whole legal tradition stuff going on. It only emerged later, but like as we were preparing to start developing Saradon, and like okay, we have Wardenism. It's a very big religion. Like they should ostensibly have something relatively unique to them, and like
I mean that all started too. I mean, we didn't need a ton of Wardenite lore to start. It would have been good to have. Like obviously, if we had all the systems we have now at the start, that would have been great. But when we started, all we said was we want to have two big religions in the Saradon, which was ritualism and Wardenism. We want them to hate each other. We want them to have had like a long history of war. And there's this new group, the Haegeonists, who they're also fighting. And that was all we needed. That was the good setup to make some good fighting. And I wanted to say, I forgot to say it at the start. One of the other reasons I wanted to talk about this stuff isn't so that we can, just talk about how awesome Godherja is, because it is. But I wanted this to serve as a sort of panel to talk about for new modders. For if you're sitting there and you're like, I want to make a total conversion, or I'm making a mod, I want to think about how I make the mod. I think this sort of thought process of how do I actually want to design everything is very important. And I feel like one of the problems with a lot of mods is that a lot of people go into it with the idea, and then they're like, I'm going to make the game work with my idea. So for some mods, that's necessary. Like Lord of the Rings mod, they can't really just go in and say like, okay, we're going to do whatever we want and just fit this world around the mod, because their goal is to faithfully recreate Lord of the Rings and make it fun in CK. And that's awesome. Like, don't get me wrong, I love the Lord of the Rings mod, but like, I feel like a lot of modders for a lot of games, not just CK, could really improve the sort of things they make if they think of things in terms of like, we're going to be building a world to fit within the mod. We're going to be doing something that matches our constraints and sort of improves them, instead of limit ourselves and limit the gameplay based on the world we made, because the world is just your writing, it's just your thoughts. It can change any time. The gameplay is still going to be there though, and you have to deal with that.
Yeah, they're like at the same time on the lore can change, is that like we try, this is kind of a thing about ourselves. This is also just an ethos thing of world building, and I think modding world building in general. We try not to rewrite lore. Like that's a really big point we go on. So, like we'll have areas, there are areas in the mod right now that aren't super fleshed out and super developed. But the idea is that when we eventually go over and really invest a lot of time into making those areas shine, we're not just going to say, oh, well, we're going to throw out half the lore for these guys and start from scratch. The idea is that we build onto it. We make it more complicated, more interesting.
Yeah, because a lot of the most interesting lore we've made, some of our favorite lore, is like when we have contradicting lore. People are like, hey, it says, this person was here in this century, but they're also here a century before. How old are they? And we come up with like, what if in this culture they take like their father's name and they like do the person? Oh, what if when your father dies, they think you have the soul and you have to like become that person and like you change your name to that, and like that's how that's not lore. Like I just came up with that, but if we have contradictions like that, that's where our lore comes from, because those contradictions and sort of delving into them and trying to find ways around them instead of just rewriting them is where a lot of the interesting stuff comes from. Likewise with your mod, the contradictions between your mod and CK, exploring that and sort of building on that instead of trying to fight it. I think that's really where a lot of it comes from. A lot of our lore is just spontaneous. We'll just be talking, or normally how it is like me or Hap or like Thunder or Ultimate or somebody will just come in and be like, guys, I just got this awesome idea. What if like this entire event, and then we had this happen, and then there's these characters, and then all of us are within like Hap or somebody will go like, oh wait, that actually fits in with this lore here and this lore here, and if we add this bit, it can link into this lore here, and that actually makes a great reason for this to happen 50 years later. And that's why when people look at Godherja, it's very intimidating. They're like, there's so much, like there's so many little rabbit holes. All those rabbit holes is from that happening. Like we'll go into those rabbit holes talking about it and like building out from there.
On the other hand, another ethos we have is if we have like a dilemma between lore and gameplay, if there's an irreconcilable problem between the two, we're always going to pick gameplay over lore, because fundamentally if lore makes for unfun gameplay and it's not possible to contort it in a way to make it fun, then it serves little use. Like for example, the fog, obviously everyone knows what that is. In the original rendition of the system that still unfortunately exists, it's just
we'll
a
probably
thing
be
that,
removing it soon to redo it, by the way, everybody.
yeah, it just statically moves. It cannot be stopped. It moves in completely predictable ways, and it's just it's boring. There's nothing interesting about that. It's not interactable at all. So okay, we figured out this is just bad. This does not work. It's not a fun gameplay mechanic. So we ended up brainstorming ideas to make it more fun, and in the end, it's interesting. I'm not going to talk too much about what we figured out, but in the end, we managed to think of a way to make the whole way it expands and such, both more interesting from a gameplay perspective, much more interesting from a gameplay perspective, but also from a lore perspective, rather than it just being this unstoppable force that always predictably moves along, and that's it. There's nothing interesting about that, either from a gameplay or from a lore point of view. So yeah, sometimes it's worth just thinking about, like, if you have a conflict between fun gameplay and current lore, whether it's worth keeping the lore in that way.
And really, everything comes down to player experience. If you want, your lore is there to convey feelings and give cool ideas. But if you want your lore to convey a feeling of like darkness and desperation, you shouldn't have to butcher the gameplay around that. You can find ways to make the gameplay further enforce that feeling. And if you got to change the lore to do that, if the lore is just there to give those feelings and give those ideas and build the setting, you can write literally anything. You can just make other lore that does the same thing without having this one piece of lore that you're going to have the mod live or die on, you know?
The player is going to generally be much, much, much more tolerant about lore they don't like than about gameplay they don't like. If there's a region that, for example, has shitty lore but fun gameplay, then okay, the player can just ignore the lore or selectively only interact with the lore that they like. But if it's a if it's a region with bad gameplay, then it doesn't really matter how cool the lore is. There just won't be much player engagement there.
Also, hello Pontus. So yeah, it's like the whole idea is basically when we're making this mod, and I know it's a bit of a meme that we're all about the story, but we haven't even added story content like a year because we realized our gameplay was lacking so much that we were sort of betraying our own mantra, that we found ourselves actually falling into the opposite trap. We're not perfect. We didn't come up with the idea, I'm sure, but like we built the mod around this idea, but we hit a point where I realized for a lot of things we were starting to say, oh, we can't do the gameplay like this, or we can't change the title around this to make that setup more interesting because the lore says this. And it's a constant back and forth. Like, it's a fight you have to make. It's not something you can ever just sit down and be perfect on. Our story content, one of the problems was that early in the development, we were sort of just getting in what we could. Obviously things were all new. The mod was basically empty. Things weren't working correctly in places. And it's a lot easier to write like opening events and story than it is to make whole gameplay features. So we started just doing story paths and game and stuff like that. And eventually we reached a point where I realized we're not doing anything besides writing and adding like opening events and little story content. We always talk about how gameplay is paramount for us, and that's our central pillar. But Godherja itself, the gameplay is either non-functional or best, or it's janky, or it's missing. So a big thing we've been trying to do is focus on the gameplay first and then build the lore around it. We can put in lore in the flavor description for new spells, but we should probably have the spells be fun to use and cast, hence the new magic system. For a lot of people who like the lore and have been wondering why they haven't been seeing new story content, it's because we want to build the gameplay so that when we do have lore and we do have story content, our story content's not supposed to be a choose your own adventure, like you have to do this path. What our story content's supposed to be is it's supposed to take the elements from the sandbox that we're building, because we'll get a bit on that later, I think, but that's the big thing. It's supposed to be a sandbox. And if we have features and gameplay and so on in that sandbox, we can link that into the story stuff. With our new spell system, you have a story path about researching a specific spell that's unique to this character's story path. But otherwise, like, how to word it? If we have a spell that can blow up the world, and in a story path, it's all about finding and researching and building that spell, we're also trying to develop things in a way that there's sandbox methods to do that. If you don't want to follow any story content, you start as a custom character, one county in a region with no lore, you could still use the gameplay, discover the same spell, and do the same thing. The story content's just there to sort of facilitate certain ways to get to these things, that it's a bit more guided and have like a narrative built around it for you. But it's not supposed to force you down a path.
Yeah, I mean, like stuff like Koi, that a character that has a pretty extensive like stories, mechanic specific to the story. Okay, that's cool, and people like that sort of thing. But the problem is, after those 20 years, when you have story content for it, after they're over, and like if there's nothing after that, then I mean, it's a one-trick pony. So the thing is, whenever we, as Lonely Knight said, whenever we do like need to make story content, and there's like, I don't know, for example, for Ace or Ask Raise, however you want to call him,
Ace Crazy.
Self-replicating blood magic. Okay, it would obviously be a big part of his story to have that, and we're not going to go with the approach of like making it somehow completely specific to him, because that would not really make sense and it would not be reusable. We're instead going to approach this, so okay, like, can we make this a general thing that he specifically for some reason has easier access to initially, but that it's also something that you can acquire later on through adventuring or such. The idea is that 90% of the stuff that you can do as like a canon character, you can also replicate as a custom character given the appropriate circumstances.
Okay, yeah, I didn't want to interrupt anyway because I know you're having such a great conversation. But there's about 15 minutes left, so I don't know if you want to go into a Q&A now. But quickly, before you do, I gotta say, Rickinator9 with €100 donation. Like, that's incredible. Thank you very much. Going straight to the children and our very own lovely Knight Pierre, another $50. So yeah.
I decided that since I don't care about my finances, I try donating every day.
But you know what? The children appreciate it. Thank you very much.
They better thank me. They better come here and thank me. I've given a lot.
But yeah, of course, yeah. Thank you both very much. And yeah, there's about 15 or so minutes left. If you need longer, you can. But yeah, if you want to jump into the Q&A, maybe.
Yep. We can start transferring over. By the way, you're welcome, everybody, for saving the children. Myself, I did that. So I'll post it in the ModCon chat as well. I went out to our Discord server early. Join our Discord server, please. But so I'm going to be posting in here. The whole idea is that you can ask us anything about we've talked about so far. About how we make the mod. Questions about like, hey, I want to make a mod like this. What should I do? Or I want to try to follow this advice you gave. What should I do? If we gave any, I don't know. We've been rambling. But we're also answering any questions. So if you have any others, feel free. There's also a whole optional questionnaire at the bottom. You don't have to fill it out if you don't want to. You don't even have to give your name. The only required part of that Q&A form I just put in is the question part. And hate to say it because it might be abused, but it does allow repeat answers. So if you want to give a question real quick and then fill in the rest of it later, feel free. So what's our best worst piece of jank from Tob in the chat? So I think we could fast track that because it's from the glorious, beautiful Tob. Hap, you might be the best equipped to answer this.
Oh my god, I'm not sure. To be honest, we actually don't have a lot of too much like crazy bad jank. I'm pretty sure the click system is up there.
Hey,
okay.
Thunder. Wait, sorry, Thunder. I haven't heard his voice in so long. What's up?
Well, I should say I do have a few good pieces of jank to look at. Most notably, how we got the
tooltip for pirates. Let me guess.
Well, actually, I was going to go with the magic terrain system or anti-magic terrain system, and how we got that to not just completely overshadow every single man at arms box, which is one line of code that's just an absolute terrifying line of code in the GUI stuff, where it's just like 5 times the length of everything else.
That's just like an insanely long line in the code, but honestly, like the most obvious thing at this point for truly like insane jank, to the point where honestly I do not understand it at all, and I understand everything else in the game, is TerraPass's dynamic terrain change stuff. I literally cannot comprehend what's even going on there. So yeah, that's probably that's actually the easy answer. Non-coding wise, besides that, as I said, like I mean, there's the click system. That one contorts the base game in fairly bad ways, but yeah, the shader stuff is by far the most mind-blowing.
Let me see.
I mean, we could just start the questions going from like the people who submitted.
Here, I got a good one, and this one each of us can do it real quick individually. What is your favorite region to work on? An easy one for all of us, a nice little softball. For me, Pettigus Red, which is a city-state that nobody cares about. It has one province and little effect on the world. One day I decided I would just write like a small book of backstory and lore around the city and why it's basically just Discworld. Because I wanted to. That whole Chevrolet region is my pet region, but I like the idea of just having this little self-contained spot, which is just my whole area.
Personally, I'm honestly all over the place. I don't really have, like, I've probably contributed the most to Adversary and Carthared, but it changes for me basically every month, my focus. Overall, though, something I've really invested a lot in, like, lore-wise, is the ecology of areas, the biozones and such. That part is, I'm really well-versed into that, and wrote a lot for that. It's not necessarily a region, but it's a part of.
Hey, Ultimate, I'm actually curious. What's your pet region? Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, no. I'm sure anyone who's ever spoken to me on the server would never figure this one out. Yeah, no. My pet region has been Demoda, like, because something about just seeing it and just having happened when I was like a new writer on the team to sit down and just write some cultural descriptions for it, like, just sparked my imagination there. But like, I've also kind of branched out to where like I also work on Syrat, I also work on Krehajad, but like I just like these sorts of little kind of somewhat self-contained regions that have impact with the wider world and stuff, but like that you can really just kind of go wild with, like making a little unique kind of small section of the world.
Yeah, because we do all of our lore regional. Like if we, everybody helps out on everything. Generally, like we're all contribute to the big stuff, but for the most part, we tell our developers like, hey, if there's a region that nobody like owns and there's not a ton of lore or whatever, you can just if you're passionate about it, building on it, I'd rather people working what they're passionate about. So that's how Demote happened. Like Ultimate was like, okay, I don't like how empty this area is. Can I just work on it? I was like, sure. And then a few months later, he's like, all right, so the Bokar, then the 14th century. Like it was this whole thing.
Yeah, for me,
then,
literally knows every single barony of that place. By the way,
Yeah.
yes. Sorry, Mayor.
Oh, I was just gonna chime in. Yeah, for me, my personal pet region, I guess, would be Saradan as a whole, north of Demota. I sort of tend to transition around to various subregions depending on what area I'm kind of focusing on. So right now, probably the Barzawa and so the mountains around Sinemia.
And
My current favorite.
And
Thunder.
Yep, and my personal probably would be the craters as the main region I'm working on. They don't have a ton of content at the very moment, but I do have a very fun and unique struggle I have planned for the Aridar, or that I'll be able to get to when I finally finish Mixed Magic. Which hopefully will be sooner than later.
I'd like to answer this one question myself. I think it's a very good one. I think it's something that a lot of people should be thinking about when they think of Godherja and modding in general. Just life, actually. This person is from a person called Lonely Dub. It's Dub. Why are you, Lonely Knight, such an amazing, brilliant, and inspiring leader for everyone who loves Godherja, and as such is so greatly adored by us all? I'm gonna say I was just born with it. You either have it or you don't. You're welcome, by the way, for being here. You're welcome, Snap. I mean, I know ModCon wasn't really panning out, but then I came along here.
Saves the day,
Yeah, just all tied together. Really.
Just saves the children, saves the day.
That's what I do. I just save. By the way, saving is probably going to be broken for a while. So we had a bunch of lore to write, so we just prioritized that over fixing the save button. That was a joke, by the way. All right, what's another question we got?
I'm just gonna say maybe go with is there anything new planned for the Erosi, or are they considered done? They didn't put in a name, but I think
is
that's
anything ever done?
no. I think that's an interesting question. Just because
I certainly specifically have plans for the Erosi. It's sort of in the pre-planning stage for it, but I definitely want to do stuff because they're a culture that's very much based around vendettas and grudges. So I definitely want to do something with the crimes and secret system to maybe make that a bit maybe multi-generational for the ROC. Because again, they're all about the grudges of our forefathers, so on and so forth.
Yeah,
and
so
I think
interesting to
the
combine
second
it with the house feud system. Sorry.
No, yeah, that's true. House feuds is definitely what we're looking at for that. But I think the second half of that is more interesting, where it's or are they considered done? Nothing in Godherja is basically ever considered done.
Yeah.
Maybe like some gameplay features, we could at least hit a point where we're like, that's finished, we're done. But we have 1,000 years of bookmarks. We have ideas for future bookmarks that wouldn't be like canon, but like would be interesting looks at like what might the future look like. We have ideas for like alternate history bookmarks, for alternate like apocalypses that didn't happen in lore but can happen if you go to an older bookmark. There's no such thing as like an area being done. We're always going to be building on things until the day probably Hap assassinates me is what I imagine that'll go down to. But otherwise, like everything's going to always be expanding and improving in our mind.
Yeah, especially if it's like an area like Malkoy that currently really doesn't have that much going for it. In that case, you can especially assume that it's not done.
Let's see. Here's a great one. I can answer this one quick. In ModCon, I assume day 1, Lonely Knight explained that liches and their kingdoms will be procedurally generated. Will there be any more territories that will be subject to such a treatment at either a start date or as time goes on, such as the Foglands, or any territories to be implemented further east? Brewrub, Walking Target 134, I assume that's what you sound like.
That's actually a pretty great idea for the Foglands, yeah.
Yeah, well,
the
same idea. I'm building the code for the procedural liches to also be able to be done for the Fog Eaters. And in prior start dates, it's definitely also going to appear in the My Prolon. It'll definitely be a thing. Like I said, a lot of we try not to build anything to be exclusive to anybody. We don't like making like a feature that's hard set somewhere to say like for this religion. Instead, we like to just say like, you know, if we make like some big system for the adversarian religion, the trigger for it wouldn't be is faith adversarian. Instead, it'd be feature unlocked equals yes, and then we would just say somewhere else like, okay, adversarians feature unlocked equal yes, but then we can add anything else to that, and then we can just build it from there. So similarly, the randomly generated stuff is neat for liches, but it's designed in a way that we can just use it wherever we want. All right.
Yeah, and I mean, like, we don't even universally do that whole, like, this is obviously, like, it'll all be generalized. That's not necessarily a thing we've followed, like, universally, just because, like, we have over the course of, like...
Mind you, it also takes longer to do it that way. So it's, like, harder to code that way.
You know, but over the course of the long time that a lot of us have spent on the mod, like, we've gotten just much, much better at, like, coding, because, like... That's part of why we still have some kind of older features that are much more hard set and rigid, just because like when we were making those, we just weren't as skilled. That's another thing. We're just always getting better as coders and as like at actually making this stuff. Like none of the stuff that we did for ModCon, like we would not have been able to imagine like half of this a year ago.
Oh, and while I have the public platform, we're not top. We can't reach 0 bugs and like just never deal with an issue again because we have such big infinite brains. We're not as smart as them, all of us put together. It's just not going to happen. But we do recognize, because it's been somewhat controversial for us, that Godherja has been at various points somewhere between barely and not at all functional in a lot of places. And we're always developing new things, and people think of us as sort of the mod that has tons of cool ideas and has no idea how to do them, which is true. We're idiots. But the idea is basically right now we're really locking down on clearing out our bug logs, getting polish done. We're aiming right now for all of our patches. We're shooting to try to get to a vanilla level of performance, exact same frames per second. Hey, if you're having terrible performance, please report it to us. Make a log, mention it in the chat because in our Discord chat, so that we can try to work and figure out why your system isn't performing, because that's our goal. We're really trying to polish the mod down to a place where it hasn't been before. And that's why we're doing things like the magic system right now, like these huge systems, because we want them to be integrated everywhere. So we want to make this system and then polish everything down so it all feels cohesive.
Yeah, magic. It's easy to like not realize, but I mean, magic is an old system that was pretty like of questionable quality before this rework, especially the GUI portion of it, for example.
Well, mind you, I don't want to, when we say the GUI portion, Castox actually made our first magic GUI, and it was revolutionary for the time, really. It was one of the first custom GUIs, because Castox is one of the first custom GUI modders. And sadly, he ended up going and making much cooler things after. He wanted to go make Tavern of Sin. Like he said, he doesn't really do a ton of teams. So after he left, none of us knew how the GUI he made worked, and it was coded in a way that it worked like 30 versions ago, but like we've had much better ways developed since to make things by Castox and other modders. So we were like, okay, we need to redo this system. We've wanted to redo this system.
To be clear, that's not the only system with that issue, like the Shavoki Conquest as well, the Fog, just to name a few examples. But
when I heard Chap say the GUI, I just wanted to be like, oh no, Castox, like we love you, please don't think.
No, it was generally, I mean, it was probably one of the first custom GUIs in literally all of Crusader Kings 3. Like,
I've seen Snap's little blip keep popping up, and someone in chat just said, "Where's Game of Thrones? It's time." So I think we might be going over.
Sorry, okay, I was gonna let you finish. I mean,
we can talk forever. That's the problem. We love talking about the mod.
I mean, yeah. To be fair, you came on live and you all talked fantastically. You know.
Like, thank you. Yeah, it's the thing is, you know, modders don't do it for money, but on Godherja, everyone here talking and most of the team, we're all here just because we love Godherja and the lore and the team and all of us, and it's something we're all sort of a brain rot obsessed with. So
yeah, for sure. I mean, the lore is crazy in depth, but you know, it's great.
Yeah, like I said, it all just comes up from us randomly thinking of it one day, just because we're just sitting there at home instead of doing our actual jobs, thinking of the world, and that's how there's so much. We just always just love it all. It's crazy.
Yeah, for sure. Well, yeah, I'm gonna have to get on before they all attack me.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
You know, yeah. Thank you so much for coming.
There's a much better mod coming up. Don't worry.
No, but honestly, thank you so much for coming on today, all of you.
And thank you for having us.
Yeah, right. Thank you.
Yep.
Right. So Right, let me get back to you, right? We will be moving on in a second to the main event, which must happened like 3 minutes ago or something, but, you know, it's good, we're here. So today, there is 3 more mods left. We have Haegemonia, Tales of Ireland, and then, of course, finally, we're going to end with a Game of Thrones. Yeah, all of them are absolutely fantastic to have on. And all actually great speakers, which, you know, don't get a lot. You know, if someone just comes on live, they might, you know, fair play to them. But yeah, it's actually, you know, insane to actually learn more about all the lore and that behind Godherja. And before we do get into the main event, I want to quickly, just one last time today, before we get on with things, mention, of course, the charity. So, Saves the Children. So obviously the event we've done is ModCon Saves the Children, because the charity is Save the Children. So, if you donate through the fundraiser option on your YouTube stream, it'll come up on the side or underneath, depending on what browser or wherever you're on. All the money raised will go straight to helping children get a good education, help them get access to food, water, medicine, and the charity helps children from all over the globe during like natural disasters and everything like that. So, you know, any money raised will, and I mean honestly, change children's lives, gives them a way better life that they obviously deserve. And, you know, so far we have raised just over $2,500, which is insane. I think everybody, all the guys who've made the mods, Lath, Ottawa as well, we're all so insanely thankful. But just, you know, no one expected this. You know, our goal for all 3 days was 2,000 up to 2.5k. So yeah, any donation straight to the fundraiser is massively appreciated. But yes, of course. First up for the main event, we have Hagemonia, and I hope I'm pronouncing that right. I think I am. And obviously I've seen the video, and I gotta say, the map is just fantastic. I won't go into too much because I don't want to spoil the actual video. But you know what, we're running behind anyway, so I think we just jump straight in to Hagemonia.
Hello, I am Vasikla, and I am representing the team behind the mod Hagemonia, an ancient odyssey. Hagemonia plans to cover world history from the 8th century BC, the end of the Greek Dark Age, to the last days of the Roman Republic, the ancient, archaic and classical world. The project goes on slowly, taking care of every possible detail, trying to do our best regardless of the scarce information that we have about this time period. Even if as of now all of Greece is not even finished, more than 2,000 provinces have already been mapped out, and each individual one has been carefully researched. Bringing this world, long gone to life in Crusader Kings 3, also requires a lot of work in the art department, and our team has taken care to create a beautiful terrain with flavorful 3D models and music, giving you a truly ancient and enjoyable feel. Let the following clips showcase some of our work so far. are also planning to make the mod enjoyable for the player gameplay-wise. We are currently filling up the map with characters, fates, and cultures. Besides plenty new cultures and cultural traditions, important are new cultural mechanics, such as the tribe system. Some cultures are clearly distinct from one another, such as the Athenians and the Euboeans, but they are more closely related to each other than the Dorians, yet they all have an Hellenic heritage. To differentiate between different tribes and also bring together the cultures inside of them, we have created a tribe system, which is separate but also inferior in a way to the heritage as a cultural pillar. The system will be expanded to include dialects of languages, and besides that, a new cultural pillar reflecting the alphabet used by the language will be added. Currently, only the Greeks and the Italic tribes will use the tribe system. Besides the tribe system, another mechanic added into the game linked to cultures will be the civilization mechanic. Each culture and each province will have its own civilization level. The civilization level and the civilization score will impact the development of that certain culture and the characters and the counties that are of that culture. Each civilization level will bring a different gameplay and has different mechanics tied to it. More information regarding the civilization mechanic will be approached later. Our team is currently working on the overhaul of government as well. While government, as with Vanilla Crusader Kings 3, will be split among certain specific and vast government types, there will be government subclasses. Actually, the traditional government types are considered government classes. For example, here we have a Cretan Kosmoi, which was the local specific government type of Cretan city-states during the ancient period. This overhaul is currently in development, but it will be a base for future mechanics important to our mod. For example, the Roman consulship or the Spartan dual monarchy. Thank you so much to the organizers of ModCon for hosting this event and to you for viewing our presentation of Hagemonia, an Ancient Odyssey. We hope that through the following year we will develop the mode further, that we're going to finish the map and bring in more details and more flavor. Thus, we should bring the ancient world to life in Crusader Kings 3. Thank you. Thank you.
There we have it. Haegemonia, how insane did that look? And I apologize about the volume, it seemed to be a little bit quiet. I did manage to boost it when he started speaking, at least. But yeah, very sorry about that. But yeah, it looks fantastic, right? Lovely map of Greece. And they said, yeah, they're going to continue working on it throughout the next year. So I don't know when we'll get to see the completed thing. Maybe next year's ModCon. Who knows? But yeah, it's good to have a look at, what's coming in the future. For sure. Yeah, that looked fantastic. I gotta say so myself. And during that video, someone else donated another $20 under Anonymous. So yeah, thank you very much. We are now up to $2.6 thousand. Which yeah, insane. ModCon 3 concerned? I mean, I don't know. Maybe. But yeah, $2.6 thousand is insane. So thank you very much for boosting us over that, which I think you did. Now, another mod I was more than happy to do music on. Yeah, I mean, you make amazing music. So you know what? Can't wait to hear all that. Yes. I think we move Oh, another $20 from Anonymous. Thank you very much. Honestly, helping save the children. So yeah, thank you very, very much. But you know what? It is time for Tales of Island. And this is another mod I have spent countless hours playing. I'm sure many of you have. The mod is insane. It makes Ireland like massive. I think it's like over 1,000 counties or something. It is insane. Oh, and another $20 from another Anonymous. Thank you very much, guys. Honestly, all of you are so generous. The community the last 2 days has just been another level. We did not expect this much support. So yeah, thank you very much. And yeah, I know some of you are wondering where A Game of Thrones is. It is after Tales of Island. So you have 2 videos left now today. You know what? Without further ado, let's get in to Tales of Island.
Yahweh, and welcome to the ModCon presentation for Tales of Island. Tales of Island is a mod that focuses on bringing Irish mythology and folklore to Crusader Kings 3, while providing new challenges and strategies from that of vanilla. There is also inspiration from Scottish and Manx tradition, and we will later include Welsh and Britannic. Our presentation is divided into 3 main parts. The first one showcasing the existing features, the second one presenting our short-term goals, and the last one will focus on our long-term vision.
Tales of Ireland is proud to have a variety of features. Ireland is populated by several fantasy races, cultures, and religions inspired by mythical peoples that journeyed to Ireland before the Celts. Ranging from ancient gods like the fair Tuatha to the bloodthirsty Fomorians, to the vestigial Pathalonians, and the Kesserans just searching for a place to call home. Stand tall as the proud and defiant Fiabolg of Connacht, affirm your claim over Ireland as the wise Misleans, or carve out a new future for the newly arrived Celts. A ruler's power and wealth is measured by their cattle herds, and we represent this through our new development system. The gold you gain from development is significantly increased, and you can quickly obtain more by using new casus belli to seal it from other rulers, as well as a wider range of random events. Conversely, Ireland's low population has shrunk your armies, thus your knights are more important than ever. A single legendary warrior can turn the tide of any war. The ancient partition succession will break apart your realm upon death in harsher ways, going so far as to create new titles for your sons. However, this can be alleviated by taking new land for your sons, eventually letting you to impose a single heir. Such events will lead your dynasty owning many independent realms, but you can strengthen your family ties and unlock new interactions by founding a clan. Its stability will affect the power of each member. A High King is elected amongst the strongest rulers. Win over your fellow rulers and affirm your hegemony over Ireland and unlock powerful bonuses. Take a pilgrimage into the mystical otherworlds, exploring the magical and the bizarre home of the fairies and gods. Study the arcane to become a wizard and cast powerful spells, some of which are exclusive to certain fantasy races. Become a vampire and reach immortality through the lifeblood of your enemies and court, or unleash your inner beast as a wolf walker. Defend Ireland and your realm against the invasions of the otherworldly High Brazilians, the warlike Fianna, and the greedy Romans. All this plays out on a massive map of Ireland, rivaling vanilla Europe with over 1,000 counties. Additionally, we have the Scottish Lowlands and the Isle of Man, with plans to cover the rest of Britain and their respective mythologies. Our changes to succession, war, and development have created an experience that's very different from the standard CK3 experience, and by extension, many other conversion mods. But don't worry, We have our own tutorial island in the form of the Isle of Man, allowing new players to get a comfortable introduction and grasp on our mechanics and mythology.
Our short-term development goals are focused on overhauling general gameplay while giving each region distinct events, decisions, and mechanics. Our map of Ireland is huge, but already has plenty of depth, with each area having its own exclusive events, bonuses to make use of, and challenges to overcome. After updating the mod to the latest version of CK3 and the related necessary bug fixes, we will be working on increasing flavor through new Otherworld pilgrimage events and extra decisions to shape your realm. Different cultures will receive new exclusive events and polish. Our current focus is on the Nemedians. We also aim to bring the Emerald Isle to life through our detailed map painting. Currently, many regions are in progress, but you can check out the finished Isle of Man, Banshee Bay, and County Clare to get an idea of our standards.
Scotland was recently added, but we intend to deepen its mechanics as we adapt new elements of history and mythology, so that it will rival Ireland. We will eventually complete the map by adding Wales and Northern England. To that end, we will research history and myths from Gaelic to Brythonic, ranging from ancient governments, tribes and cultures to legendary figures and monsters, including but not limited to King Arthur. If you know anything about Celtic mythology or history, we invite you to join our Discord to share and discuss ways to bring this culture to life. We will provide a unique and replayable experience of both width and depth that brings an often hidden and underrated culture to the forefront. And lastly, we will ensure the mod is stable and balanced so that you and your friends may rewrite Celtic history together in multiplayer.
My utmost gratitude goes out to the talented developers who made this vision a reality through their research, code, writing, music, and other contributions. I also want to thank the people who played and enjoyed this mod, for without the fan, we would never have had the motivation to carry this project so far. Doubly so for the weird yet wholesome community that has gathered around the Discord. I am pleased to have achieved my goal of shining a light on the lesser known and underrated mythology and culture. This mod is a homage and celebration of Ireland, a country that I have a deep affection for, and with this mod, I hope even more people can come to appreciate it. Enjoy it, ModCon. Slán.
So there we have it. Tales of Ireland, which is a mod I'm sure many of you have played. I mean, it's an all-round. So there we... Oh my god, I'm sorry. It's going to loop. I won't talk for a minute. I'm sorry about that. That looped, right? I think that looped. I was listening to it on my my computer. Yeah, that was absolutely fantastic, right? Yeah, I mean, I think the main thing I love about it, I mean, everything's great, but I love the cattle system for the development. Like, you can steal other people's development, basically. You know, who doesn't want to do that? But we are about to be joined by Hutma himself. So you know what? Let's get him on.
Hello.
Are you right?
Yeah, I've got, I'm a bit ill, so my voice is very funny tonight.
Oh, nice. All good.
Yeah, in the end.
Yeah, I think you wanted to maybe let people know something?
Yeah, I want to let people know that I've updated the mod to the last version of CK3 like 30 minutes ago or something. So if you want to play it, you can do it right now on the last version of the game.
Yeah, because I know many people have been waiting for it to be updated because, you know, I think people just love playing it. So, yeah, you can actually go and play it right now.
Yeah, we had a lot of problems with crashes and other stuff that took a lot of time to fix. But we're finally there, so you can go and enjoy it. And I've seen someone saying that it was a great mod for multiplayer. Actually, I only play CK3 in multiplayer, so yeah, I always have multiplayer in mind when I mod.
Yeah, which is actually great because I know it's not a focus of a lot of things, is it really, around CK3? Because I think mostly a single player game, so it's good to have that focus. Because I know we host multiplayer games sometimes, so it's nice to actually, you know, hopefully have a pretty stable multiplayer game using Tales of Ireland.
Yeah, it should be very stable. At least I hope. For the last version, I didn't test it.
Well, yeah, well, I'm sure we'll get a game on this soon and see how it goes.
Yeah. Well, I see everyone is requesting Game of Thrones. So
yeah, it's been like a whole day, but yeah, people are desperate to hear from Game of Thrones, I think.
Yeah, I can see that.
yeah. Yeah, well, I'll thank you very much for coming on and making that announcement. Is there anything else you want to say, or?
Yeah, I just want to say one last thing is that all the modders they put a lot of time into it, and most of the time is by patient. But we would all really appreciate every donation that you can do, because for us modders is like doing something that has an impact on something greater. So I hope that we will reach the goal of $4,000 for this year, and I thank everyone who participates in this.
Yeah, for sure. Hopefully we do. But yeah, thank you very much for that. I do really appreciate you coming on.
Yeah, me too. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Bye. Right, so there we are. There we have it. The latest update, Tales of Ireland, now works. You know, which is fantastic. Because I know many people are going to want to play that after just seeing that. Hey, I know there's Game of Thrones spam, but come on, we've got to show much love to all the other mods today as well. Like, you know, I know Game of Thrones has a lot of things, but, you know, all the mods we've had today have all been absolutely insane. Like, you know, a much thank you to every single person who featured their mod today. I think we've had an actually fantastic lineup all day, to be honest with you. We've been very lucky to get such a great lineup. But of course, we are going to end with a Game of Thrones. I mean, yeah, that is how we're going to end it. And one last time. I just got to do it one last time. You know what's coming? Save the Children. Yes, that is the charity ModCon is supporting this year. So any money donated, you can see the fundraiser on the side or on the bottom of their video. All that money goes directly to the Save the Children charity. So if you want to donate now before we get into Game of Thrones, that would be absolutely fantastic and very much appreciated. So just in case you don't know, quickly, you know, it's going to help children get a good education, food, water. It's going to help them get medicine, help them during big disasters. So, you know, it gives children around the entire globe a future they can hopefully look forward to, which I think is something I can get behind, you can all get behind, right? And so far, we have raised over $2,600, which, I mean, on the first day, we had a $2,000, like, that was our goal. You know, $2,000. And we smashed that in the first day. So, you know, we're so thankful for the CK3 community. There we are. Anonymous just donated $10. Keter also $20. And if you don't know, I'm pretty sure he makes fantastic mods. I featured on my own channel many times. Anonymous with another $10. And Pyromaster with $20. And Anonymous with another $20. And Gamer J Stewart with £3. Thank you all very much. That's insane. You know, we're up to $2,700, which is insane. I mean, I think the whole community has done themselves proud here the last 2 days. And of course, there's still another day left. Yeah, another €5. Yeah, thank you all so much. Because, you know, this is a great event, right? But, you know, the underlying cause, we want to raise money and help save the children. But yeah, someone just said Giga Chad's community. Yeah, I mean, who expected $2,700? You guys are absolutely insane. And, you know, before we get into Game of Thrones, you know, there's like 750-ish of you here. If you can all hit the like button right now, it'll help get the word out right now and more people can see the Game of Thrones trailer. And there we are. The Game of Thrones US $100. Thank you very much. You guys are insane. Connor Hoskin with £5. Corvinet with SEC 160. Xiaomi with 5. Anonymous, 20. Will donated another 20. Danny donated earlier, another 5. Look, these donos are flying in. You guys are absolutely killing it. Honestly, whole community should be very proud of what they've done. And remember, there is a $4,000 goal, but it doesn't end till tomorrow. Like, tomorrow we'll be on the Social Streamers channel. Zlags TV, 40. Anonymous donated 5. Like, you guys are insane. You know, the Game of Thrones crowd have come in and just donated loads of money. You're all absolutely insane. Thomas, 5. Anonymous, another 20. Look, you guys are doing incredible stuff. Like, I'm blown away. Anonymous, another 5. Yeah, someone said, God bless you all. Anonymous, $50. You know what? We're almost to 3K. If we can get that today, that's another 1K for Lath to raise tomorrow, maybe. And that would be insane. Matt V, $5. I can't stop saying insane. I know. What's it called? Ottawa was doing phenomenal yesterday. Insane is just my word, where that is stuck in my head. Andy's Take, if you don't know, a really, really great YouTuber about Total War and stuff. $20. Joseph Bryan, $5. Danny again, I think that's his 3rd donation. $5. Phenomenal. Yeah, yesterday he kept saying phenomenal. There we are. Phenomenally insane. Giga Chads. Yeah, that was actually insane. We just went up like a couple $100, right? You guys, RON 93K. That donation just passed $3,000. You know what? Thank you so much today. That's huge. Honestly, 3K is just, you know, I'm going to say it. Insane. Another 10. Another 5. Another 5. There's so much stuff popping up. You guys, Mark, 20. Look. Sword and Shield, 5. Oh my god. Anonymous, 5. Anonymous, 20. What is going on? Holy Doggo, 20. Ryan Crivello, 50. Like, what is going on? Yeah, you can see all the modders in their chat as well. Absolutely losing it. Like, this is the CK3 community. You all act like, look at this. Yes, we're up to 3 point. Oh my god. Someone just donated anonymously 250. 250. What? Like, thank you so much. Whoever you are, because you're anonymous. Thank you so much. We're up to 3.4 thousand. That is Wheeler Lowell, another 20. I promise you guys, in just a minute, we're going to get onto a Game of Thrones. Anonymous, 160 NOK. I don't know what that is, but thank you so much. Jason, 20. What is this? This is, you guys, fantastic. Yeah. You know what? I feel better, but we said ModCon saves the children. And we were scared we weren't going to reach the 2K. End of the second day almost. We're up 3.4K. What is going on? But yeah. Thank you. All of you should be very proud. We are, yeah. Tales of Ireland, 50 euros, sorry. So that has just pushed us to 3.5K. Thank you very much, all of you, for that. That is absolutely insane. We're up to almost 800 viewers, or maybe just past it. And you know what, guys? Because you absolutely smashed that, like, that is... Thank you all very much. We're going to move on to Tales of Ireland. But yeah, I think I'm losing my voice after shouting for the last 10 minutes. But yeah. I'll give you all what you want. So thank you all much. Thank you all so much for watching so far today. And all them donations then, insane. There we are. A Game of Thrones. I might have said Tales of Ireland, but yeah. A Game of Thrones. Let's go.
Hello and welcome to the CK3 AGOT ModCon video for year 2. I am your host, Tiger Shadow. I'm not going to be on video today. I'm just recovering from a little bit of a sickness, but what I will be doing is interviewing a number of people on our team, both voice and video interviews. We're going to be doing some progress updates for the past year, any challenges that the team has faced, and any other updates that they would like to share. Starting off with me, as I said, I'm Tiger Shadow. I am the team's representative at the CK3 Mod Co-op. Also, I do some culture and world building work for the mod, and little things here and there. With me, starting out, is Foxwillow. So, Foxwillow, by all means, please introduce yourself.
I am Foxwillow, and my job is lead.
Awesome.
Hell yeah.
To start things out, I gotta say, compared to last year, there have been so many changes on our team. I mean, not just the team, just a lot of changes in general. You got new members, you got a lot of progress. So, from your perspective, how has the past year been for us?
The past year's been obviously very productive. It's been a lot of chasing goals and experiencing the highs and lows with chasing goals, and I don't know, I'm kind of like envisioning like trying to chase like a whole bunch of dogs on leashes and just like grasping at leashes, and like as a weird metaphor, I would say that like how it feels now is that like all of those major things that we really want and need and know that people are going to like extremely heavily identify with and really appreciate, whether it be like 20 or 30 of them or whatever the visual is like I feel like we're finally getting those leashes in our hand and actually able to make this go the direction we want. The dogs still want to go in different directions, but we're at least walking down the street properly, which gets us a lot closer to the pending release.
Definitely. And I think you kind of hinted at it, but I guess any challenges you have faced with your work in the past year, both as a lead and some of the more specific things you do for the mod, because you do a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, lead wise, I would say that's kind of a big part of it right there was like the mechanics, especially mechanics that like we've had several less than loved social media comments on things with like, oh, all you guys needed to do was make a map and call it a day. And yeah, that's part of it, but there's also like the also that's merely underrepresenting what goes into make a map, but there's so many vital mechanics that while maybe not the most practical things in the world when you actually stare at the map all day, but story-wise that are just absolutely vital. Like I guess the one I'll just mention is bottlenecks, and how we have specific bottlenecks, specific regions, extremely fortified entire kingdom with regards to the Vale and the North to varying extents, and with different kinds of bottlenecks. So that's a mechanic that we continue to circle around, revisit, and I'll be straightforward with, we do not have it hammered down, and it's something that a lot of people are going. I mean, we didn't have it hammered down with CK2 either, so it's something that people won't necessarily demand, but it is like that upper echelon. Like that's our goal. That's one of the things we definitely want to have integral into everyone's playthroughs. So and there's just so many things that I could mention that I really don't want that to just go on and on and on.
Yeah,
so
let's just leave it at that.
Yeah, we can just leave it at that. Like, it's just the kind of thing where we have so many different mechanics that we're looking at that get hundreds of hours of feedback and ideas and new rounds of testing. And so one of the struggles we have is having to do that with several different areas, and also motivating our people to make sure that they're doing their best to contribute in those areas too. And I mean, everyone's been great, but
yeah. Well, I guess to finish things off, And I'll be
Wow,
asking some of
we're
these
gonna
general.
talk about my personal struggles.
Okay. So, but yeah, keep going.
Yeah, and well, and that, for me, like as the lead and my preferred contribution is graphical stuff, and so there are some certain icons in the game that have been, and there's one that I'm going to be releasing a dev diary, like super in depth, extremely lame analysis of like my actual thought process and how this one particular thing like has haunted me for 2.5 years, and it was something that annoyed me from the CK2 mod as well, that like I finally saw as like a fresh slate, a way to fix this one thing that's always annoyed me. And so and I do all the height map work and the shaping and the rivers and all of that stuff. And then I guess one other thing with like the whole world, lead wise and my own contribution wise, would be like, as feedback we get and as we have our discussions or some bit of lore is uncovered, that or something that's just highly likely to be true is uncovered or something like that, one of the interesting things is how much work has to be done to like adjust in order to make that happen. Because it's with some situations it'll be like where a holding is, and like so many things are set already that it's like, all right, well, if we have to put this house here and this holding here, now we have to justify all of these different allegiances for all these different wars and bookmarks we're going to be having. So there's a lot of leakage with like one change into a whole bunch of different aspects of the mod.
Definitely. Gosh, well, if that is good, then I want to say thank you so much for speaking to me. You do amazing work. You know, you are the lead dev, but you do consistently so much for us, as well as the lead job. So kudos to you. And as for the rest of the video, I will be speaking to a number of other team members. So hopefully your little underlings will answer correctly when I ask. So, well, let's
No one has
continue.
been abused.
Oh. See ya.
Bye.
All right. Hello, everyone. This is the first interview for the video. I have with me two amazing team members, friends, acquaintances, Gatriarch and Bear. Give a round of applause. Woo! Okay. I guess something.
The silence made that awkward.
Well, okay. Starting off with me, these two have done so much in the past couple of weeks and months to really whip us all in shape, get us together, organize, and I'm hoping that y'all will be able to, y'all as in the viewers, a better understanding of what they do for our team. So I guess to start out, please introduce yourselves and say what you do for the team.
I'm Yatriarch. I am an organizational co-lead. I'll give you a big hint. The other one is on this call right now. I also head up our tools team. I also head up our tools team. So we are like the kind of nerd programmers on the team. A lot of what I do has been around recruitment, and then also kind of like managing our timeline for release.
I am Bear. I am the other one of what he said he was. And I've been contributing in much the same way, trying to get things more situated for later phases of development. And other than that, I am much more involved in the creative team side of things, examining the world we're in.
Awesome. So for the next question, some of your answers may be similar, but some of it may be different. What has occurred in your work on the team since last ModCon?
That's a great question. I was not on the team at last ModCon, so literally everything that I have done has taken place between last ModCon and now, by definition. I guess the first thing is that we actually have a tools team, and it's no longer a joke because it's no longer just me. So we've done some pretty cool things around building some really fun little scripts here and there to facilitate the work of our team, whether that's a dominant recessive DNA tool to kind of keep our characters' children looking the same, making a map tool that helps translate our 6,000 baronies and Westeros into in-game code, which is tens of thousands of lines of code. We also have a database now for everything in the mod, which helps us kind of neatly organize and keep track of changes, as well as other tools to kind of import different spreadsheets into code. So it's mostly what we've been doing. We've also undertaken a pretty large recruitment drive, adding, I believe, about 30 people to our team, 3D scripting, writing, and just better structuring the team to manage expectations around when release is going to happen, add features, and just overall bring in more talent, which has been incredibly fun, getting to meet a ton of new people.
And as for me, I don't mean to copy my companion's homework here, but I also was not on the team when it came to last ModCon, so it's been a busy year for me as well, but in a different sense. Since I've gotten on the team, a lot of work has gone into finalizing map and finalizing house placements and such, and work on cultures and religions and namings. And that is mainly where I've been for the past year, up until both of us saw promotion to organizational side of things, where we both became much more involved in what my partner has already stated, in trying to get us more set for something special.
Yeah, hopefully.
Yeah, and I think what's kind of really fun about Bear and I both occupying the position of organizational co-lead is that we kind of bridge two of the three main areas of the mod, right? You have a lot of like people who are world builders who are just experts on the lore, on the world, and then you have sort of the more scripting side of things and the more technical side of things. And so I think our partnership is really beneficial, not just to us and to the team, because we're able to draw on our experience about how the way that the work would flow was that Bear would do things along with other people on the world building team, and that would translate directly into work that I would do in script and in the tools team. And that dynamic kind of exists still a little bit, but obviously we spend a lot more of our time figuring out when release is going to happen and what we want to have, and making sure that everything is all tied up in nice little knots.
Oh, well, yeah, the figuring out when, that's a nice transition to our next question, because I've seen you, Gatriarch, in the voice chats kind of pressed recently. Any challenges you faced in the past couple months working on the mod?
A lot. I think we have an incredibly fun team to work with. So that makes things a lot easier. I think what a lot of people, myself included, really kind of underestimate before stepping into a role this magnitude is like how much work actually has to be done.
Oh yeah.
It's one thing to script every system in the game and to have everything modeled. It's another to tie all of that together. And I think that's a lot of what we're trying to do is making sure that the Night's Watch government plays nicely with the struggle beyond the wall, and that Mega Wars plays nicely with like how things should happen in the game, and that we kind of keep the world as realistic to A Song of Ice and Fire as humanly possible, which is a really difficult task. And also just from a technical side of things, like there are thousands of things that need to be addressed. Sometimes you can address 1,000 things at once, and sometimes you find yourself combing through an error log for 5 hours straight, and you commit maybe 1% of the errors you fixed. So it can be really difficult.
And anything you'd like to add, Bear?
Well, certainly just more of the same. Honestly, it's just obviously working within a platform that we as modders only have a certain level of access to. You have to work around systems and work around variables and actions you are given, and so sometimes that means coming up with solutions for things surrounding the world can be a bit of a creative challenge because we can't tackle them head on as a base medieval struggle in Europe and the Middle East doesn't require some of the things that working in a fantasy world might require. And I'm sure the other total conversion mods could speak to the same sorts of things.
Definitely. We do have to find a lot of workarounds. But moving away from all of that, I guess, is there anything that y'all would be excited to share?
In terms of, the big question is why like a lot of people on our server will be tuning into this is they want to know when the mod will release. I will continue to disappoint and say that there is no public release date yet. I am willing, however, to say that we are really, really, really excited to get this done. And we have begun to have discussions internally around exactly when. And building timelines for ourselves, to hold ourselves accountable, to be ready. Not something that we're willing to share. But internally, there are systems being set up, things being put into place to get us to the point where we are ready for a release. And that's like the very serious stuff around talking about how will users report bugs, who gets access to our closed beta before the open beta, how do we deal with the influx of users that we're going to have onto the subreddit and onto our Discord in that raising activity. So the very real things that come with release, it's something that we're being very serious about because we want to be intentional about when we release. And our timeline is aggressive, but it is, I think everyone will be very happy, and I think will be a lot of expectations, because a lot of the expectations talk about it waiting until wins, and I'm pretty confident that we will beat George to writing wins.
Whew, thank goodness. I'll hold you to it. Well,
George.
Well, I guess I want to say thank y'all so much for joining me. Y'all are kicking off the video. I will be interviewing a few others on the team as we go along, but these are our organizational leads, so they gotta keep us going. All right.
Time to go eat pancakes.
Oh my gosh. Bye.
Thank you, everyone. Bye.
All right, everyone. Next up to interview is Mr. Marcus. So, please introduce yourself.
Oh, it's such an honor. I'm here. It's late in the evening for me, and I'm enjoying such a nice cup of tea. I'm the head of the localization team for Crusader Kings 3 Game of Thrones. And localization, I think, is something that is often unnoticed in both game development and in mod development. But the main thing with it is that I think my personal philosophy on it is that good localization should not be a star attraction for anything. It's just sort of blend in, because the only thing that really sticks out in my mind is bad localization.
So, definitely, that's good. What has your work been like? I know you're a newer member. My gosh, when did you join?
Oh, I couldn't even tell you off the top of my head, like 2 months ago.
Well, you fit right
Something
into
like
the
that.
team.
Yeah, I joined. I think I was the fastest ever joined to the team because I was literally invited on one day, joined on the same day, and then within 2 weeks I was made the lead of localization, or head of localization, I have to say. Leader of the big boys. I'm not a big boy. I'm just rocking out.
Well, in that short time, what has your work been like? Has it been good? Has it been bad?
I hope that my work has been good. I've gotten rave reviews from everybody on the team, but I suppose it'll remain to be seen until the mod's out what the general public thinks of my stuff. But I mean, before I joined, there was basically nobody working on localization. There was very little, and the stuff that there was done by the events team, and all the guys on the events team are really, really good at the coding aspect of it, but they are not always good at creative writing. It's not even an issue with the story of it. It's just that we've got a lot of non-native English speakers, and we've got just people that are far more into the technical aspect than the creative aspect. And sort of where localization comes in is to sort of fill that void. And localization is a really hard role to fill because there's only actually a few of us, because you've got to sort of find a selection of people who are both technically skilled with creative writing, and also have a good understanding of sort of the lore of A Song of Ice and Fire. And most of what we do on the team is writing for events, decisions, that sort of stuff. And then we also play like a relatively minor role in QA testing, just because we're running events all the time to test our localization. So we get a little bit of influence there. And beyond just writing things, we also sort of proofread and edit anything that's been done by other people. That's a big part of what I do, at least.
Okay. And you touched on it a little bit, but what are some of the challenges that you've faced in this new role?
Yeah, I mean the biggest challenge really is manpower. Just because, as I say, it's so difficult to find people that have got the right mesh of talents to fit that. And then also we've got the challenge of keeping up with the pace of the events team, because those guys just pump out events like nobody's business. They're on it all the time. I'm trying not to swear, just to not be too Scottish, but they're on it all the time. Because I mean, I think when I joined, we had over 450 events, and that was just sort of filler flavor events. So God knows how many events we have in total. I would wager over 600. And I mean, I'd say at this point, over half of those, maybe up to 75%, have actually got some level of localization done over the last couple of months, which is really good. Especially compared to where we were when I joined, because there was really nobody that was able to focus their attention on that, because a lot of the people that were actually had the intersection of talents were focusing more on the coding aspect and were devoting more of their time to that rather than actually writing, which is fair enough.
Well, thanks for sharing all that. Before we go, is there anything else in particular you'd like to bring up?
Oh, that's a tough one. You're challenging me, Tiger.
Yeah,
Being challenged right now.
Putting a lot of pressure on the newer person.
I know, yeah, I'm being tortured right now. Send help, literally. No, but I mean, the main thing is that people are really eager for the mod to release, and so am I, because I'm really excited for people to see everything that me and the other people working on localization have managed to do, because there's only, how do I say it? It's just good to get the satisfaction of having that work out there for people to engage with, just because, especially because I'm the one that's reviewing all of the localization. I don't have anybody coming to pat me on the back saying, "Oh, you did a good job, Mark."
But no, I get that with my own work that I'm doing on the mod. I'm really excited to see how people are going to react. And
well, it's always about you, isn't it, Tiger?
Oh my gosh, just trying to relate.
It's always about this is the issue. You know, I'm never allowed to talk about myself. It's a national tragedy.
Well, thank you so much for joining me. I know it's late, but definitely we're so excited to have you on the team, and you've done some amazing work so far. So we're excited eventually for the public to be able to see that.
Oh, thank you so much. My heart flutters at the thought.
All right. Now on to the next. Bye. All right, and next up, we have a special surprise for y'all, is the Swordsman. Oh my gosh. Hello. So first of all, I want to say that Swordsman is one of the very first people that I spoke to when I joined the CK AGOT server, and we've been good friends ever since. but my gosh, tell me what's going on here.
All right, I don't know if you want to. Are you talking about here? Or just
What's going on in the video? Yeah.
Sure. Well, we're kind of just sitting, just relaxing as we usually do. We were just watching something on TV, but now we just decided to relax.
Awesome. Well, by all means, please introduce yourself, Swordsman, and what you do for the team.
Sure. Well, I am the Swordsman, of course. You might have seen me last time ModCon 1, about a year ago in June. I am still the 3D lead. I haven't lost my possession. I mostly focus on arms and armor when I make the 3D models, but I also oversee stuff like objects, artifacts, and other 3D models that we might be using.
All right. So, you have been here since last ModCon. So, by all means, please tell me what has occurred in your division's work in the past year. What's been the general trend?
Well, for the most part, there's been more things introduced just in CK3 in general. Recently, especially with throne rooms and artifacts, which have become really massive parts of just CK3 in general, and massive we want to accomplish. Obviously, like the Red Keep is something that everyone wants to see. Artifacts are something that everybody wants to see as well. Not only weapons, but we have like cups, we have harps, the tables that are mentioned, stuff like that. And some things that we're actually going to be talking about later. But that's the biggest thing that's happened. But also just general development updates. Like we've gotten more weapons, different types of weapons, armors. Now they're not only renders that we have in 3D, but we've been able to put a lot more in the actual game engine. Totally usable already. So yeah, that's mostly what we've been dealing with.
All right. And since it's you've been doing all these things, have there been any challenges in particular that you've run into in the past year with your work?
Yeah, there's been a few challenges. A lot of things is just kind of things just breaking. A lot of times with CK3 updates, I imagine for every department really, things are just gonna break. Portraits really got the brunt of that force. Basically every update their stuff breaks, but a lot of times it can also just be armors are done, how they're skinned to the clothing, how they're rigged. Weapons are the same. Artifacts being something that we want to use for weapons and armor as well. That's kind of breaking stuff and making us to do things differently. And also just general issues like importing things into the games have changed. A lot of armor mods, they don't like to do full armors anymore because there's a problem with the process there that's been happening. But we've tried to power through it.
Okay. And then, as for the final question, is there anything in particular that you've worked on that you're excited to share, or anything that you've really felt passionate about working on in recent?
Yeah, well, honestly, most of the things that I make, we kind of just show in teasers pretty quickly, like the armors teasers that we've done. But honestly, two really big armors and two really important swords in the lore are something that I'm very, very excited about, and we'll actually be showing that tomorrow, which I'm super excited to see people's reception to. But honestly, I'm kind of all 3D's works. Everything that everyone does is impressive to me, to everyone. Really, it's incredible. So I'm excited to show everything. But yeah, arms and armor on my side, I'm excited to show everything.
My gosh, but no, it really is. Being privy to other people's channels on the mod server, it is incredible what the 3D department has been able to do. I mean, it's just the things you do, it's great. And I've seen you constantly just struggle with your programs and make sure everything gets textured correctly and modeled correctly, and you really do well with that. So thank you so much. It is always a pleasure speaking to you. So you and your girl have a nice night.
Thank you. And you too. And to all of you.
See ya. Okay, everyone. That is about it for now. I just want to say that there are so many more team members that we weren't able to meet today, but it's been decided that we're going to continue doing these videos to give the community a chance to see our progress and to meet the people behind CK3 AGOT. I hope everyone has had a wonderful time, and I wish you a wonderful ModCon. Tiger Shadow out.
So there we have it, everyone. That was a Game of Thrones. Now, if you think that's it for a Game of Thrones this ModCon, you're wrong. I'm going to repeat there, I'm very sorry, but yet, a Game of Thrones will be returning tomorrow. So yeah, big thank you for those guys for that video. Yeah, sorry, yeah, the audio might have repeated and I can see people now mentioning it. Yeah, that was the amazing A Game of Thrones. It's much hyped. We went up to almost 900 viewers then. As soon as it started, people just wanted to see A Game of Thrones. So yeah, they will be back tomorrow. And of course, the 5 minutes before, we raised like, I think over $1,000, I think, in like that 5 minutes before A Game of Thrones. So of course, thank you very much for that. We're up to $3,500 raised for Save the Children. So honestly, the whole community, thank you very much for that. Absolutely insane. And here's the link. That link is tomorrow's event. That will start at the exact same time as this one just started today. So that's 5 PM British Standard Time. You can convert it, of course. But yeah, make sure you click on that link, set a reminder so you don't miss what A Game of Thrones have to show tomorrow. And I think after the end as well. So there's a lot of big mods up tomorrow. But you know what? I'm going to leave that there. So yes, thank you all so much for watching. Thank you all for making day 2 of ModCon an absolutely fantastic day. And of course, $3,500 raised as we go into day 3. So yeah, tomorrow I'll be in the chat as Laith from the Social Streamers hosts the day. But yes, there we are. Thank you all so much. And hey,